Whoops. Thank you for the test. All right, looks like we're getting things slowly put together here. I think I think Josh's power went out, and I don't know if they're gonna be coming back. We gave them some time to hopefully do so, and I spent some time making a cute little emote for having in place while they're down. But we might just be starting a campaign with Nine Gosling and Yuki, and that'll be fine. A greasy emote. Wait, Greasy, do you have an avatar that you define as yourself? Because like if you want help doing that, I can make something. I am an actual emote artist. If you didn't notice, looking at the two emotes currently on the screen right now. Here, you don't. Well, we can work on that if that's something that you'd be interested in. But like, oh, cancel. Remove. Wrong spot. Let's go back to starting soon. Image. Add existing. The new one. But like, there's already, an existing emote of Josh out there being sleepy. And I was like, wait, how can I animate this? So I did this. I took the Z's from my existing sleep emote, which I think I'm gonna actually go through and do that animation on mine as well. Hey there, LT. Josh leashed. And I know that like Callie did the original artwork on this, but I wanted to add a little something to it. I love being able to just remix something slightly. Because it's somebody else's emote. It is. But I got to add my Z's to it. I think it was Callie that did this. Sleepy. One more. We are so close. And I'm I don't know. I've been doing so many different things for the channel since then that I've been like I already released the five new avatar edits and all that, and I need to go ahead and do maybe that's what I'll do at the 200 mark is we'll officially put those in as outfit swaps as a redeem. I'm gonna take the time here to go use the restroom. I'll be back and see if I can summon the rest of the cuties here.
Hello.
Awoo, awoo. Josh, so sleepy. Oh, why is my... I think I got the order on these. No. Okay, I got the layering weird. Oof. There. Why machine? Why? Yeah, sure, that'll work. Now everything is extra hard to read because Josh is the same color. Hi, Pilton. Hi, LT. Hi, Yuki. Hi, Jarvie. Dan. Josh, so sleepy. Oh, we got a whole crowd in here. Let's see. Oh, hey. Now this I didn't plan for. What happened here?
The stream is ours now.
The stream is yours now. You own
It's
the
a tiny
stream.
room, so we're all crowded together.
Yeah. Let's see. We'll do this.
Ah, damn it, Fulton.
Oh,
I was gonna do that.
Thank you, Pilton. And we'll go ahead and move Sleepy Josh over and oh God, it is not OBS is not wanting to let me move the icon now that I've created it. It's like, no, it stays here. This is where he sleeps now. Okay. I am ready to start this so we can get our character creation stuff going when you folks are.
I'm already.
Okay.
All ready.
You'll need to hit the button because it says you're not ready. There we go. Okay. And we'll just start anew if Josh rises.
Yeah, we'll just immediately start.
Figure out a separate set of characters on the fly. It'll be fun.
I mean, depending on how soon they get here, I'll just immediately remake the same one.
True.
All right. Are you folks wanting to go through all the cinematics on this, or are we just burning through?
I'm okay with either.
Totally up
Okay.
to you.
We'll let this play. Although I realized I still have my background music playing. Me.
I remember when I first saw this, I was thinking that the entire game was gonna have cinematics of this quality, and it's like, sweet God,
Yeah,
this
I'm
is so
kind
Gotta
of.
good though.
say, it's a killer opener.
It is. It definitely it's like a 3-minute movie, really setting the tone of the universe, but also as I think it was Stone was saying, the Marvel Cinematic Universe definitely broke everything. Let's see, move myself just a little bit further out of the way here. Or, I don't know, maybe in the middle of the two of you. I'm trying not to cut things off. I'm trying not to cut you folks off on screen real estate.
Tadpoles are quite yucky.
Yeah, poor
It's
Lae'zel.
well, this isn't even Lizelle. This is player
Oh,
character.
yeah, this one's player
No,
character
this
now, but
is.
the first one they showed was Lae'zel.
Uh, that's you. That's you, Jarvie. Are you the slug in our brains? Who am I? Don't reset tutorials. Origin. I'm enjoying my strange little drow. I might bring her into this campaign. I like my rangers. They are fun. Hmm.
If you end up doing that, I might go magical then.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to play whatever class you want. I will balance around it accordingly. You're so speepy. Thunderstorm messed up your sleep. Aw. Well, maybe it's time to grab yourself a coffee or something. I don't know. Or you have a nap.
But not
Could
both.
do. We could use a rogue. Rogues are always useful in a party just so that we can open things. And being a warcaster wizard wouldn't be too bad either, separate from a warlock. Because, like, if we did all spellcasters, we could also do very strange things to the game. I'm
I'd love to
thinking.
do a stream. I don't know. I was maybe a paladin.
Maybe a paladin? Okay.
I wasn't certain though.
Pure spellcaster run. You're now a
Paladin's a
storm
little bit
I mean,
more.
sorcerer.
I haven't actually done wizard, but I've done sorcerer.
Okay. Always wanted to do a chaotic good cleric. That would be fun. See,
Yeah, I've been looking at cleric. It's such a comfort class.
I love playing paladins and clerics of unusual origins. That's the problem, is that, like, since this is a rote game, there are only so many things that it'll let me do that, while they are in the rule sets of the game, I'm still not allowed to do them in what is a limited amount of choices in this. For example, Unearthed Arcana and Deities and Demigods from 2nd edition allows for a pantheon. I want to say it's a Nuwanian mythos. There's a god of spiders. We're not talking about Loth. We're talking about a god that spiders themselves worship. The god of spiders. It's just called the spider god. And for clerics and paladins and followers of them, for every 10 bodies devoted or deaths devoted to that god, the spider god may take note and give you a follower that is a large attack spider. Video games are a bit more limited than tabletop. Homebrew is too fun. Yeah, and in this case, like, what I'm discussing isn't even homebrew. It's actually in the manual. And so by using a cleric that uses the spell ceremony and the subspell inside ceremony, burial, and the subspell within by fire, I created an evil cleric with a negative charisma of 2 and was capable of walking into an entire town of people and telling them, hey, all of you, tie each other up and just hang out. Just do what I tell you. You don't want to know what happens if you don't do what I tell you. And just because they were so terrifying, the villagers did exactly what they did. They burned the entire city to the ground and devoted the whole village's deaths to the spider god. In return, they received a small army of spiders, which they then proceeded to go dungeoneering with. Then they immediately got killed by something else. It was just an absurdly short and very silly campaign. I'm still like at odds with what I want to play here. A domineering cleric could be fun. I like playing battle priests in this because clerics are paladins. Paladins are their own things separately. That like, yeah, sure you can call them a paladin, but they're just a respun version of a warrior, a spell sword. Never had a DM allow for evil characters. Wait, what? The baseline for necromancers is that you have to be evil. It's written into second edition. That's strange.
I mean, when I DM, I have like an asterisk with playing evil characters of like you have to still be a character that the party is going to be able to get along with. But
Oh, absolutely.
like,
Alternatively, you can have a campaign where there are multiple parties that are opposed to each other, and
yeah,
if the DM's capable of processing it, it makes for excellent gameplay. Hey there, Bucky. Welcome in. We're figuring out our party dynamics for this little starting group.
I could go the basic
What's the basic
fighter.
fighter?
Yeah.
What subclasses are there for fighters?
So there's the battle master, which has the superiority die, which has the effects like you can distract an enemy, giving people advantage against it. You can force disarm them. You can make it where they'll have a disadvantage against everybody else. Those are the ones that I took.
Okay.
There's a lot of other ones too, and you can have it on melee and ranged. And then there's champion, which gives you improved crit. And looking at when I looked at the wiki to see later on, they get advantage on jumping and strength checks. So not that exciting. Um, and then there's Eldritch Knight, which is you get a couple low level spell slots.
That's the one that I ended up redoing Lizelle as in my single player campaign, and it allowed her to start summoning things with a low level ranger. I had a small like furry creature army for a second. 4 rangers could do strange things to this game. Paladin subclass. Oath of the Ancients. Fight on the site. Okay, whatever. Healing Radiance. Okay.
Well, that's interesting that you can't just go straight into Oathbreaker.
I could do a level 1 thief that then split classes fairly early into something else. We'll have to make a beeline for Withers, but
Huge love withers.
that's like the other thing is like I like the idea of going up to maybe level 3 or 4 as a ranger and then split classing to something like a wizard.
This would be an interesting dynamic for the character. Unfortunately, you can't really get like that. You don't get that strongly because it is a rogue game, as you said.
Well, you can split class in this. You can talk to Withers and change your class. Costs 100 gold. And
yeah, it's really easy.
You get to retain your skills still. Like Stone did that early on accidentally to Astarians. Now we have a thief, level 1 thief, level 3 bard version of Astarian. Maybe I'll start as a rogue and then switch hard to ranger. I like that reversal. That's a fun reversal. and then end up slowly drifting towards being a Dark Dragoon. I think that's, yeah, that'll be the route that I take. Lost one. Also, I don't fucking care about like the cultural background of Lostsworn in this case. That's just my genealogical background. Black sheep and all that, the usual reasons for why a drow would ever be caught out up in the overworld.
Yuki, do you know if Eldritch Knight subclass is in for fighter?
They
Yeah,
are, yeah.
that's the spellcasting one.
You have to get to level 3 or 4 before it'll let you choose it.
I didn't really give it a full chance. And I like the dynamic, it's interesting. So yeah, I'll go with this one.
What you going with?
Oh, right, y'all probably should know. Druid.
Okay.
Wonderful.
That'll make the ranger part of this character's backstory, or not backstory, but forestory, make sense. Like wanting to learn from the people that she's around. Ugh.
Let's see, probably don't need any code.
Health. Something just woke up down here.
Okay, so that's that way. I could just do that, I don't know. Nah, I want to give myself at least a little bit of int. Druids are proficient in medium? Yeah. Okay, so I don't give a damn. I don't care about my dex being 15. There we go. Acolyte, no.
Yeah, I don't like that it defaults to Acolyte.
That's good for me. Spells, I can prepare whatever I want, because I can just unprepare them later.
Had a drow that incidentally made it into the surface once, but turned around after seeing the stars. Just nope. Yeah, in this case, my intent is drow that wants to learn about the overworld because the Underdark is such a horrible place. Just no, I have hope and light in my heart, and I will not be drugged down into the depths again. In fact, may even make her cave phobic. -1 to all emotional checks on internal rolls. I've literally been taking it that far with my playthrough with Stone of like actually pulling out a D10 and making decisions in game based on that, even outside of the player control of here's my intent and here's how the character's going to end up doing it.
That's interesting.
It's made roleplay a lot more interesting and entertaining, and actually bring back in the essence of D&D into this for me.
Yeah. That's, I mean, it still has some of it there, but it brings a lot more of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with those face tattoos then.
I think I'm gonna go fighter with the intent to go Eldritch Knight at level 3. I think that'll be fun. The other option is to add more healing and go cleric, because cleric's always fun.
I'm probably not going to be a Healy druid, but I found honestly that
There's
healing
so many
isn't really-
potions.
Yeah, there's so many potions. You don't really need a healer.
So many potions. I was really surprised by that.
Because I was like really worried about that and having a good party dynamic, and then it's like, well, but you can just chuck potion.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Yes. Brazen. I love the Usagi braids. They're so good.
Oh, those are cute. Yeah.
And of course, we're gonna have to green glow dog this. I'm gonna do the what is it? The mongoose braid. Yeah, I really like the way this one looks, and I love the way that when you multicolor it, it ends up coming out. There you go. We'll actually drop a couple shades in the green, and now she's got the full forest. Dyed her hair to match the outside world, but can't do much about the skin and face. I love this, like actually playing into the character in this manner. Okay.
Do I want to do the trickery with graying?
Oh, jeez. And there's a dog. I mean, I can take that a step further. Here, let me do a silly thing real quick. There, now there's a dog. The things you can do in VC Face crack me up. Uh, we're gonna actually dump stat. Much higher in strength. It's the highest we can go. Oh, that's the highest I can go. Okay. I see. Hmm. I'm trying to decide if I want to go with like a higher constitution. That int is pretty low. The Underdark. I have not made it into the Underdark in anything in any D&D campaign ever. I've written a D&D campaign that is in its own version of that. It's more of a Land of the Lost situation, but it's haunted as fuck. Also, I need to 18 plus this. Dang it. One sec. Ugh. Um, okay, there, Fabrizia. Lost Sworn. Okay, as I was saying again earlier, Fab, I cannot make a choice here on like my own background. My character is genealogically a Lost Sworn Drow because you have the two houses which end up having their own like genetic makeup and physical characteristics. I prefer the anime aesthetic that comes from the Lost Worn. In this case, though, that is all it is, just the genetics. She's not a part of that faction and is trying to get the hell away from the Underdark, hence becoming a thief upon coming to the surface, and eventually will be changing over to a ranger once she's learned enough about herself. But that's story to be done later in this playthrough endgame, and we'll see if we ever even make it to that point. It's taken roughly 16 hours just to get to level 4. Just playing average Githyanki. Oh, okay. See, if I had my way, I'd be playing an Aarakocra or a Draconian. Not a Dragonborn, a Draconian. Or a Gyphenian Dragoon, which there's no Dragoon class. There's only fighter specialist, and so on. Like, the game. Strong? Oh no, did I just mess up? Oh, okay. That's weird that it undoes all of the appearance work if you change body type. Okay, proceed. I don't need a guardian. I guess for storyline purposes I have to have the guardian. I like them freckled on these characters. Well, where is Stormtone? Now you're a Caldore. Body art. Ooh, actually. That works well. Man. Actually, just make them both red. Sure. High contrast. Huh. I did not do much to change any of those. Pompadour. Cute. Highlight. We're getting weird. Oh, I like that. No! No, go back! Where did it go? There it is. No, that's not it. That is. Oh, fun! Yeah.
That's quite a tiefling.
Right? Looks like a certain somebody I know, and that's part of why I'm giggling right now. Wait, go back. Okay. Yeah. General. There we go. Character creation process in this is something.
Yeah. It can definitely consume you. I've seen somebody spend like 3 hours in it.
Well, I'm really thankful that I've done enough weird things in character creators now that I generally can just play around, and whatever I end up with within about 10 minutes is going to be good enough. Because you're going to cover these characters in armor in most cases. Like, if you ever played Dragon Age, that was one of the worst ones about it. By the end of the game, everybody's wearing a truck for armor, and you can't see their face, and...
Well, that's why I always play spellcasters, you know? That's because then you're just wearing a nice robe. And praying nothing hits you.
I guess this gives me time to roll a thing.
There it is.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
We awaken.
that was the last piece.
Hey, you're finally awake.
Hey there, Milky Taro. Right, it's time for the 5-minute movie that tells you all about what D&D is. This is totally what D&D is about. Is traveling through 5 planes of existence in a row.
You know, once a long time ago, I was running a campaign where we did illithid stuff, and like they went into a mind flayer's lair, and this game is one made me feel like I didn't do it justice, and two made me want to do it again. Only this time, like really go into everything.
Yeah.
Make it the entire center of the campaign, honestly.
You're making me want to actually DM again. Like, between this and finding out how many people actually did have more than just a passing interest in D&D and seeing that wake up in so many of my friends, I'm like, maybe I do want to do this again. Because I got burned out. I mean, I did the thing of gonna spend 8 hours a day thinking about this.
D&D campaign incoming.
My previous campaign was the last one I did, and it kind of fell apart because I stopped being friends with a lot of those people.
Yeah.
But
Woof.
my previous campaign was based around Tearfall. I don't know if you know what that is.
I don't.
It's like really old lore in D&D. So basically, there was a cataclysm that killed off all the old races, where one of the Tears of Saloon, which are the little rocks that come off of the moon, impacted into the Faerun. And I made a campaign centered around that. But because it's so much obscure lore and there are so many weird races and stuff, I spent like 50 to 100 hours just creating the setting.
So, second edition doesn't have naval rules, right? It doesn't. Like, feel free. Anybody out there, go ahead, pull out your second edition manuals right now. Tell me the exact rules for how much damage does a cannon do against a ship? How much health does a ship have? How fast does a ship go? How many crew does it take to... and so on. None of that's actually in second edition. I DM in second edition. I took a 6-month collegiate level course on boats. Just boats. The history of boats. How boats were created. All the way from the prehistoric era. Turns out the first boat that we know existed is a dugout canoe, made roughly 30,000 BC. And all the way up to roughly the Ironside era, because at that point you're well past where D&D needs to be. And the result of me doing all that work and getting to where I could start doing naval and eventually airship campaigns was the friendships with the people that we were playing with falling apart before we actually got to play. 6 months.
Hit me up when you want to revive that pirate campaign.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. I mean, airships always start out as pirates. That's the problem, is it's a separate book, and it's in the... You're looking at the red books at that point, because even Unearthed Arcana doesn't cover it. Way overthinking, overprep. So with the advent of the fronts system, I've stopped doing that quite as much. Fronts has allowed me to micromanage a lot of things at once without having to think about them and still make them viable problems for the players to have to deal with. One of the valuable splats, yeah. Or there would be entire content trains that would be happening in like Dungeon Magazine or Dragon Magazine, and like if you weren't a subscriber for however many months, you wouldn't learn about like here's the specifics of what the children of Tiamat actually are.
My head.
Finally free.
Zephyr.
I must find my kin.
My
Keep the
head.
nautiloid.
Luthica. Bunch of cuties. Alright,
These boots have seen everything.
I'm gonna shoot this thing when people get enough away from it. Also, I can't remember if there's anything that's actually up in the walls or ceiling or anything that
Something
matter.
there, I hope.
There's a
If
couple
you,
pieces of loot if you want me to
yeah,
get goblin.
Dead.
yeah. I mean, the void bulbs and stuff are useful.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, you can throw them to do splash damage against small targets.
Do
Four
remember it eating quite a bit of my damage.
4 people doing 1d4 damage in a round. That's up to 16 against upwards of 5 targets. It does add up.
I am a loot goblin.
Visions project into your mind. A nautiloid hurtling through the plains.
Oh, should we steal the chest too?
Psionic energy.
Oh, I stole it. Oh, wait, the chest itself?
You can steal the chest itself, pick up, and then send to camp.
What? I didn't even think about that.
Have to do it later because we haven't made it to camp yet. But yeah, you can absolutely do that, and you can decorate the camp. So if there's a consistent place that you tend to camp, like i.e. the middle of the forest, you can actually decorate it. So when you come back, all your stuff's in a certain spot. I had fun with it.
I haven't played long enough to really mess with camp yet.
I didn't think you could do that. I never tried though.
Yeah, it's fun. Stone found out you can start just moving stuff around. So you can pick up the chests and move them. You can use them as platforms. You can set up actual ambushes and stuff in this game. It's really in-depth about it. It'll let you do a lot.
That will fit in my bag.
A lot of stuff that you just do in tabletops. Yep. You can pick up things like the brain jars. They're worth about a 100 gold apiece.
1,000 years of humanoid history. Elves,
Mindflayer
dwarves,
horticulture.
humans, and more flash behind your eyes.
What just happened?
Oh, that's just a sound effect of me preparing one of my spells. I love the,
Oh.
like,
Just how blast.
it's how it
Capote.
sounds. It just preparing the spell.
It is very satisfying.
Like, I ready Thunderwave.
Somebody else do the
No!
lobotomy thing. I don't want to watch this. I'm so tired of watching it.
Understandable. Actually, if you're not watching it at all, I'm gonna skip.
Thank you. Yeah, it is extra problematic and painful to me as a plural person.
Can't risk being in open view.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I just did
can
what
start.
my race would do.
Whisper.
Yeah, play it in character.
Destroy the gay scum.
Which is like, come on, use a weapon. You need to get your hands in there.
I'm a gith. Bare hands.
Hairband.
Later on, actual bare hands.
Breathe deep and move.
Time to get attacked. I do want to see. Actually, hold on. I want your character to go first. Because I want to see what it does for the Lizelle story as a gift.
If she has any comments,
Yeah.
because I'm one of her people. But I found it interesting the contrast of a Gith Yankee as a druid, because that is not something you'd normally think of as a Gith Yankee being.
Yeah. But I guess that there has to be nature even in limbo. Like,
Yeah.
there has to be a balance.
This is your end.
Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the Gith's eyes.
My head. What is this? Skvar. You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
Aw, no Gith Yankee.
Aw.
Let's see.
We can do nothing until we escape. That must be our priority.
I think I forgot to pick my hair color.
Then
Oh.
find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this
Aw.
infection once we
Nope,
reach
I'm just a
the
brunette.
plane.
Incinerated mind flayer. Tasty.
Let's get this over.
Delicious. No, you get that one. Oh well. It takes 7 extra damage. Oh wait, I get Lazel? Okay.
Enjoy.
Still not much I can do, unfortunately. Here, just hop over there.
Get in their faces.
Wait, can you get in can you get there? Oh, she can't get there. Good. And of course she misses.
Not bad.
Oh, I had an attack of opportunity at the beginning of the fight. Okay. I didn't realize that.
Oh wait, no. Don't. Go smack.
Alright. Nice and easy.
You proved surprisingly adequate in battle. Now, to the helm.
Also, feel free to snag, like, whatever stuff I'm grabbing. I'm just trying to get what I can.
Yeah. Wait, Josh actually is alive.
What? No way.
It's soon enough that it's not like you're just replaying the entire start of the game
Yeah,
again.
no. I'm excited. Let me, doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Josh is alive. Huh. We'll check on that in a moment, I suppose. Okay. Everything here is empty.
Ship won't be able to take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
Are there any bags around here?
I'll give it a shot.
Oh right, I can also go gung ho with my spells in this area.
Mm-hmm.
Istik, back! Touch nothing without knowing its purpose.
Another mystery.
Annihilate aggression.
Okay. So,
Psionic energy radiates.
okay. Cool.
Make yourself useful.
Oh,
I have
that's
no
good.
time for small talk.
Couple turns should do it.
I initiated with Shadow Heart, forgetting that was her.
No, feel free. Like, I'm lockpicking and doing looting stuff and... Enjoy. This isn't going to be a huge story-focused playthrough, especially if we're going to be coming back and doing this all over again in 5 minutes.
Yankee warrior and centuries of
Understandable.
Yeah.
Your character does not like gay.
It's a brain with tentacles.
Yeah, that's fair. Right, I can just go ham with spells. Oh, right, that hit. I could have aimed that better. You saved it anyways.
All right. I think it doesn't work on the friendly targets anyways by default.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod, commanding the person inside to change.
Uh-oh.
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 Oh, hey.
Hi, Josh.
We have multi-Josh. I must edit some things now.
How did you
All
manage
right.
to make it so crusty?
How did I manage to make that image so crusty? Because I blew it up to 500%. All right. Let's go ahead and save this and do this all over again.
Oh, you don't have to. If you invite somebody, they make a character.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
What?
Okay.
Yep.
Let's do that. How? Session. Go.
Yep, we had that with random girl soaps. We invited like in the goblin camp, and she made a character then.
Okay. Hmm.
Time for small talk.
The newborn mindful.
Oh, crit. Natural crit.
Yeah.
Always room for more.
Stealing entire treasure chests. Anybody want a bow? Here you go, Zephyr.
Where's everybody? We got looks like a fighter, a rogue, and a monk?
Druid.
No,
Druid. Going to be a wild-shaped druid.
And then
Nice.
I will be a ranger after level 3. I just want to get some levels into Thief so that we can at least open things.
At last. Thought I was done for.
Life.
Okay, Baldur's Gate's opened.
What class you thinking, Josh?
Wizard, so I can take down spells from scrolls.
Nice. Good. Good, good, good.
A wizard.
Oh, hey, Brian Caustic.
Ah, wait, are we sure? Sure we can't? Oh, damn it. I was gonna run the Dark Urge. It won't let you do it when you're joining.
Oh. Do you want to start over? We can.
I mean,
It's okay.
sure.
We've done like nothing. We've played like 5
Yeah.
minutes,
It'll let Nine Gosling also dye their hair.
and I have all the stuff
I'm
for my character like written down, so I can just
Yep.
recreate it in like 10 seconds.
I'm a beautiful brunette.
We'll do
Okay.
this. Okay. New game.
It kind of sucks that you can't make a theoretical origin character when joining.
Hmm.
'Cause I know you don't find that motherfucker nowhere. You may as well be a custom origin character.
I think that is the point.
It's a custom origin character. It's just to give you something cool for the second playthrough, I think. At least I don't think you should play the one that wants to murder everything in the first playthrough.
Damn. Really?
Unless you really want to.
Yeah, if you want to. If you like playing that
No,
way.
I'm just saying, like, that's wild to see a character that's what they're
Oh
how,
yeah, no,
how they're written.
they're very interesting. You get a lot of dialogue options, and you do get a couple times where your options are actually taken away from you.
Hmm. I'm gonna grab myself some tea and some water because I'm starting to get a caffeine headache from too much. I'll be right back. If you folks want to hit, yeah, I was gonna say that'll let you get
Yep.
your character creation going.
Yeah, that's smart.
Or you can reset Dark Urge's. Oh, you can change his race. I thought he was stuck to Dragonborn.
Any race, any class.
Interesting. That's how you know he's nowhere in this game.
All right, here we go, folks. Character creation speedrun.
Health. Something just woke up down here.
It's non-violent. It's amethyst. Orchid is cute though. Two otherworldly though. It's moon. Amethyst 3. Damn it. No. Bridge of Nose. Max the freckles. Yeah, this game is gorgeous. I'm very happy to see what they've done with it and how much they tried to stay true to like actual D&D. Good stuff. Very good stuff.
I go funny thing.
Okay. What is funny thing in this case?
Really strong wizard.
Alright, you have my attention. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wow, that was everything.
Okay.
You need a guardian. Choose one.
Josh leashed.
What the?
Wait a second, why isn't that one in our stuff? Ugh. My mouse is getting interference again and I hate it. Wish it wouldn't do that.
All right, be right back. I'll finish up your characters.
Okay.
Uh, actually, take this. Take this.
Greasy leashed. I love how, since this is so jank, it doesn't matter if the rest of my avatar is wiggling all over the place. One in 10 dropped twice in a row. Gonna go by. Oh. 1 in 10. What'd you get? What 1 in 10 rare loot did you get?
Wait. I'm
Oh, nice.
massive smart.
I am moderate dumb.
This even allows me
Oh, I'm
to-
super dumb. 8 intelligence.
8 and yeah. I got enough wisdom to be able to see some traps, but I don't know books very well. This is the opposite of the librarian. This is the mongoose.
I somehow have made a balance between literally every stat besides for strength and intelligence. Like I'll show you the screenshot, and I have a plan to bump that intelligence up. So
Alright. Let's see. Sixteen, 10, 17, 11, 10, 10. How the hell? Also, how are you going to bump that past? That's going to be interesting.
there's a circlet you get that sets your intelligence to 17.
Wait, what?
Yes.
It's amazing.
This gives me, the ability to maybe I'll take a point out of you. Put a point for the extra.
Take a point out of another player.
No, I'd
Give
be
me that
interested about Dark Urge.
Ooh, hell yes.
Not me with the 2 8s. Also, I'm back.
Boom, 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 boom. Thank you, Surf Sub. Appreciate the resub. Wait, why did it
Boy
break
Life is
like that?
there.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Surf's up. Dab me up.
Dab me up, surf style.
Tell me when.
What do you mean when?
I just need to hear the word
now.
when.
Win.
Not bad. For a randomized guardian,
Okay.
it's not the worst I've seen.
The first randomized one I saw had like bright yellow eyeliner.
I think mine with puns is like mustard hair.
Okay, we are gonna skip this time. Oh, we can't. Oh, we
Yeah.
can.
Space
Never
bar.
mind.
Are all my emotes broken? No, Josh Kisser isn't a thing, right?
Right.
Is that an email for anyone else?
Josh Kisser. That's an emo?
Yeah, next
No,
to.
not an emote for me.
Okay.
Dan, try harder.
That is a thing. Terry
Please.
made it.
Yeah, please put that in.
Yeah, why doesn't that work?
That is relevant to my interests. Come on.
My head.
Yuki, did you see my stat spread?
Let me see your stat spread.
I want to see your stats spread.
Spread those stats.
I must find my kin.
16, 10, 17, 12, 9, 10.
Oh, you just got it in game, yeah.
What's
Yeah.
inside?
Not bad.
Oh, the boy Kisser Josh. Got it. Steals the entire
Wait,
treasure
did it not
chest.
set my name? Oh, it did set my name. Okay.
Alright.
Alright.
We have 2 people in the party that are going to be mean to everybody.
Who's the other person?
did
Why?
we have-
I am a Gith.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. If you also wanted to cheat that, you could have just been an elf, pompous
Wait,
bastards.
are you talking about me, half work?
Hold up, hold. I have questions. Why does this table not have an onyx and a rune on it, and why is this chest not up here?
I took them. They're mine
You took
now.
a chest? You took
Yes.
a whole chest?
Drow.
Yes.
You just pocketed a whole chest. Where are you storing that chest?
You know. Girls got goals.
Jesus.
Aerospace.
You busting the whole prison breaking kits. Like, holy hell. Fuck the file and the cake.
1,000 years of
I'll
human
go deal with this again.
elves,
Thank
dwarves,
you.
humans, and more flash
There's some
before your
disgusting
eyes.
creature, some disgusting Gaith spawn. Gaith spawn.
So you're Dark Urge, but as a human?
Dark Urge can be fully customized.
Oh, okay.
I know exactly where to get my circlets. Did you you did a thing, didn't you?
What
What
did I
thing?
do? What do you mean? That I destroyed the disgusting Gaith spawn?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you dip your sword in fire?
You know it. Dip your staff.
Wait, you can do that?
Now this will hurt.
I'll dip my crossbow too for good measure.
Yo, that's a thing you can do?
Yep.
I don't have a ranged weapon.
I have a flaming staff.
That's so cool.
If you have a flaming staff, you should probably see a doctor.
Cute.
Now, Dark Urge might have some interesting things.
Yeah.
So what is Dark Urge exactly?
Well, you'll see.
Abomination. This is your end.
For once, you may not be wrong, Lathel.
Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past.
I would like to drink the fluid under your skin, please.
A flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
My head. What is this? Squall.
She doesn't have a brain worm, she's just reading my thoughts.
Kith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
Aw.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lathel doesn't have anything special to say ever, I think.
Your only chance of survival.
I like how your staff just floats behind you.
Magic.
Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed,
I mean, her sword's Bloodbinder.
tainted and twisted.
I see no sheath there.
We will be
I see no piece of leather keeping it.
Milfrog. Yeah.
Yeah.
there's-
Yeah, I guess with that armor, she doesn't really need a sheath.
Let's use
But
it.
she should at least have a frog.
We exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control.
You think it's a good meal? I think they're, you know, dining well.
Once we reach the material.
But finally some good fucking food.
Brain's pretty good.
Well, that one guy's definitely eating a liver. That one's probably, why is he between the legs eating? That's all I'm saying.
Num 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 num.
You think the imps care what they're eating?
Ow.
The imps care not where the food from where the fluid flows.
The fluid flows, the fluid flow
Fluid.
from.
Listen.
Can't slow down.
I feel a little cheaty being behind Lazel, so I don't have a turn yet. Yeah, take your turn, Mr. Swing. Oh, you actually hit.
Well, I fairy fired them.
Very nice.
Now, do you have the Dark Urge because you're furry, or do you?
That is not the Dark Urge. Being furry is not.
I don't know.
Ow. Rude. Don't do it.
I am a furry with. Yeah. Anyways.
Oh wait, I should just use spells. I forget. But we can just get them back real easy.
Did I miss? God.
Unfortunate. Unlucky, some would say. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Why? Oh, offhand. Gotcha.
Bonk. Miss.
Oh, really?
Boop.
Oh.
Ow.
Wait, that's not supposed to hurt y'all.
Did you have
Well,
to take evocation? Oh, no.
Oh, you gotta be.
You're good.
That's why, because I was casting it on a wizard. I understand now. I just remember I casted it on somebody and it didn't affect my allies. I was like, oh, this doesn't affect my allies.
Yeah, evocation wizards can't hurt their allies.
Oh well. There's a button to click to heal.
True. If you were going to take any damage from a party member, on the Nautiloid is the easiest place. Because just little thing right here.
Yeah, no, my spell slots are back. Or no, sorry. I mean, I'm not apologetic about hurting y'all. Y'all are filthy humans, not fellow Gith.
I will cover you in grease and cast Firebolt. And I will laugh the entire time.
Yes, you fucking will.
It only dips one weapon in fire.
I dipped the wrong weapon and now it burns when I pee. Please help.
You might be entitled to.
No compensation. You were dumb.
Who needs a crossbow?
Do you usually have a flaming hand? Why are you in the I had to do it to him stance?
Here we go.
Fucking Lazel, looking ass. God damn it.
You know I had to do it to him.
The Gith would have that. Funny button.
What would I touch?
Squishy button. 1 through 3.
One.
Oh.
Ooh,
Okay.
more things to kill. I love killing. Alright, now this time I'm not going to hurt my allies. No, of course.
Ah! 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 Ah!
Right after I...
Whoops.
Oh, whoops.
That's the magic of shared turns.
I'm not gonna hurt my allies. About throws ally into pit.
Ow. I got gooped.
Oh, you got gooped? Oh, wait. Why you know? Oh. Hmm. Can I? Well, we have a magic thing to heal.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I love healing.
It's so
I
useful.
love casting spells.
And you're the Dark Earth. You don't care if you hurt your friends. You don't care if you hurt anybody. In fact, you
don't-
want to.
Just don't stand it. You
About
locking things over there?
25.
Well, no reason to go pick up the key over here, I guess.
Pick it up anyways. Sell the key.
I can't wait to get downcharged on that key for 1 gold when it's, made out of like 5 ounces of gold.
Yeah.
One day I'll catch a break.
This thing is actually really hard to hit.
What is?
I think
Yeah,
I got
like
it because
tomorrow.
I used a sneak attack on it.
Guys, this dead mind flayer back here had a mug on him. He was just enjoying a brew when he died.
Also, this slave mine is worth 100 gold.
Maybe I need more pockets.
I don't remember that slave mine being worth 100 gold, and you're definitely not getting 100 gold out of the merchant for it.
Another brain.
I wonder if I touch it, do I have like dark fucking thoughts about like processing them? Probably not.
Damn, you just launched that thing.
Did you kill that
I got
poor
sick of
dog
it,
over
so
there?
I got sick of it, so I backhanded it with magic.
Discomfort
Poor dog.
fades,
What poor dog?
Another sensation washes over you.
Do you mean the disgusting gay spawn?
Feel the biomechanical brain
That's
of
me.
the console process shiver.
I came from tentacles.
A lot of people come from tentacles.
I saved Shadowheart.
God.
I thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin.
It was.
Your mind
You're dead
plunges
now.
Into her thoughts. You feel her gratitude, but also guardedness, and above all, a will to survive.
MacPod.
Oh, I guess I can use the light
Parasites
crossbow.
have gotten us. We need to deal with that. First, we have to get off this thing. Let's join up. Wait. Looks like you've a full complement already. We'd make for easy targets all grouped together like that.
So we're getting the
I think
sword,
I'll
right,
take my
Josh?
chances alone if it's all the same.
Oh, we definitely should.
I'm already crafting up theories.
Thank you.
Well, we don't have command.
I got bomb.
Is it a two-handed sword?
It is a two-handed sword.
I'm
It's
great.
a flaming
I'm
two-handed sword.
great weapon proficient.
I also can
Ooh.
hold a... Oh, wait, you're a fighter. Yeah, you should have it.
Another trick up my sleeve.
I'm casting bomb. You know, it's
What's it going back
Time
here?
to skulk about.
Okay.
I cast
So
atomic
if you can
bomb.
carry me,
mm-hmm. We just need the mind flayer to not be a shitter.
I have arrived. Crouch.
careful footwork.
I am ready to enter the hell.
We're here.
Alright, don't crowd around him.
It's weird how you're covered in blood. I don't think you... Have you fought anybody that you should be covered in blood?
Who, me?
Oh, no, Josh.
I had a side adventure, don't worry about it.
Dark Urge gets a free blood splatter.
I took a shower.
Complimentary blood splatter.
I love how this guy's got the voice of a Protoss D-Lot.
Please, 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 hide dive. Okay, good.
All at once.
Y'all got the small fry. I got the big guy.
Grease. I'm gonna make things very dangerous near him.
I'm gonna blow him up.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to cast atomic bomb.
Wait, what? Yeah, what?
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Thank you.
Okay, he's not a shitter. He's not a shitter. Oh my god, he's not a shitter.
He did it right for once.
What are you casting? So I know what I'm casting. Oh, do I
casting-
cast mine first and then cast yours second?
Press ahead.
Is that what we're doing?
So be warned, this will immediately make the mind flayer stop.
Well, let me do mine first.
Too far. You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait till next turn for the real excitement.
Can I pick up this Nautiloid tank and throw it?
Yeah.
You can pick up the Nautiloid tank and set them up next to the enemy.
You can do a lot of fun things that way. Note though that it is a flammable substance, so it will also burst into flame when it hits the fire.
Yeah, don't put it on the fire. But you can just put it like here. Here.
Ah, so it's exactly what it is.
Oh no!
Am I casting a spell on
Why?
it?
Here?
Why did I run up here?
Am I casting a spell on it? Is that what's happening?
Please don't yet.
Am I throwing bomb?
Wait.
I would love to throw bomb.
Wait.
Please let me throw bomb.
Okay.
You don't know what you've done to Dark Urge. I just want to cast bomb.
Let me jump next turn, please,
Please.
because I'm behind him.
Bomb, 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 bomb. I must cast bomb.
I'm
Okay, so this is
lose
either gonna just kill the mind flayer and completely ruin us, or it will kill Zig too.
You know, I'm okay with giving him an extra turn. Maybe we let him battle it out for a couple of turns and then we blow him up.
Here,
The mind
now-
flayer.
Oh,
Damn.
okay. No,
That's
we're
fine. Just don't touch the Nautiloid.
Yeah, I won't.
Yeah,
We're
just don't
fine.
touch the thing.
But you will have
Oh.
some friends to fight back there.
There. Good.
If we're worried about the mind flayer, I can also touch him with a heal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's probably smart. Also moving up to get ready to run for our lives. Probably also smart.
Here you go, Mind Flayer.
Only one of us has to touch the thing, so that'll be fine.
Yes, only one. Look, I'm willing to put a potion in the Mind Flayer's mouth. You know.
I just touched.
Is anyone
I
else?
just cure wounded.
Else willing to do that? You know.
I cure wounded.
All right, I need you to not be a shitter.
I'm moving away. I'm moving away.
Look, he still has 52 health. We
You are
still
not
got,
nearly. You are not nearly far enough.
but like, also, I'm not willing to blow him up quite yet. I'm willing for him to put some damage in. Then we'll blow his dumb ass
See
up.
if I can do this. Because this, if this can actually go off, it'll help a lot. Classic.
What just happened? Did you hit the
Fairy fire.
wall?
It also affects objects, so all the objects are glowing now.
Glow you all. Can we get a? Can we get a trash mound cleanup?
I'm working on it.
I'm
All
on
right,
it.
I feel like it's time to start blowing people up. That's all I'm saying.
Would you like a detonation?
I think a chromatic orb fire will do it just fine. You know.
I have produce flamethrower.
I love that you're using chromatic orb. That makes me very happy.
Same time that we don't know who hit first.
Sure. 3.
Someone count down? No, someone else count down. Anyone
5,
else want to do a countdown? Okay.
4. There's a caustic bulb up here if anybody wants to go after it and avoid bulb.
Okay. Then you count down.
3, 2, 1. Status effects are amazing. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
I'm so glad I was looking at that.
Oh, we might be screwed though.
Fireworks!
Why are we? Why? No, we're fine.
Zeke did not take very much damage.
Hmm.
Or Zulk.
Eh. We'll
Put
be
a potion
fine.
in his mouth, you know?
I'm sure we can hurt him.
Ooh.
Ow! Get
Bites.
rhyme blasted.
I just got mind blasted.
Zulk might be fine. Throw a potion at Zulk. Or, sorry, not Zulk. Illithid might be fine. Throw a potion at Illithid.
Heal that man. That was pretty good.
Oop.
He's like, oh my god,
I
healing?
need a little extra
What
edge.
the? Who would heal me? Surely not these thralls. 44 health.
How you know you're a thrall?
He
When
tells
you
us
heal.
we're thralls.
No, I'm saying is how you know you're a thrall. You're throwing potions at the mind flayer.
Actually, we're throwing potions at the ground next to the Mind Flayer, so we don't have to make a ranged attack against the Mind Flayer.
Good.
This should
Also
be
these-
on balanced difficulty. I don't think we did it on hard.
You wouldn't want to do it on hard. Tactician would be
Doing
unfair.
this stuff with Tactician is a nightmare.
I feel like they nerfed his ass. I feel like he was popping out like 15s per swing. He used to have 2 swings. Why are you only swinging once?
He has 2 swings on Tactician.
Oh. Yeah.
Are you
it's
kidding
much-
me?
Oh yeah, the man has like no chance to be hit. You know what, Mind Flayer friend? I need you to do a bit more damage.
Yeah, just 2 more hits.
That's 2 more hits at, you know, almost no fucking chance. I don't know about y'all, but someone needs to be next to him to pick up that sword before we die.
That's why I'm over here.
Okay.
Oh, there is another Nautiloid tank.
Well, it didn't really do much, and we run the risk of blowing for Mind Flayer friend. Mind Flayer friend.
Mind Flayer friend.
Yeah.
A Mind Flayer friend.
And so sure, you're getting stabbed at.
It's just a Cambion.
And they only do
It's
all your
just two
health in one
Cambions.
swing.
It's just 2 Cambions.
He does not have much health left.
This is fine. I am okay with the events that are currently unfolding.
Those cambions are bad news. Please hit. Ah,
Can I get
Advantage
a 16?
high defense. Why advantage? Why do I have advantage on him? Oh,
Can I
because he
get a
has
16?
hold.
Oh, he's wearing metal armor.
Coin flip.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, I enjoyed that too much. Sorry.
nice. Very nice.
It was a very satisfying crunch after all those misses.
No. You don't want to hit me. Alright, Mind Flayer, I need you to kill him, and then I need you to immediately die to one of us for extra XP.
Alright, give me the big roll. Give me the big roll. That was not quite the big roll.
It was better than usual. Okay, you didn't do your job. No.
Oh, lucky.
Ah.
No, not so lucky.
Okay, now. He took our XP! What a fucked up day!
No.
Now you must perish! Are you at 5 fucking health? God
Distinctly
damn.
did not perish.
No.
Anyone got a perish button? Anyone got a perish button. Hit this man.
20%.
Kill this man.
I could try and drag him into the pit here with a void bolt.
You don't want to do that because then we won't be able to get his shit.
Yeah, we want a sword. Ooh, that was fun.
Thing
Nice
is,
little
there's no
miniature.
running from the Cambions. They will just fly you.
That's not good.
It is okay if I am knocked unconscious. Please kill Zelk so we get the blade, the sword. I want the sword.
You still come with us if you're not unconscious?
Yes. Even if I'm dead, I come with you.
Yeah.
Ooh, he had a topaz on him. Like. I need to take aggro of a swing from you. But Zelk is also here, and he's going to smack my ass.
He is going to spank you.
Alright, look.
Alright, pray.
I can survive a Cambion swing. I can't survive a Zelk swing. I need Zelk to push somebody and not me. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, fuck yeah. Come here, you dumb piece of shit.
Are you kidding me?
Low rolls. Someone hit this man.
There we go. Take the sword.
Get the sword.
Nice.
Run for
And the
our
armor.
lives.
And the armor.
Run
Get
for
the
our...
scale help you.
I did it. I got both.
Okay. Let's go.
Ah.
Alright, time to leave.
Hell yes! Oh, this is the weirdest, weirdest start to a campaign.
No. Ah.
No.
And I'm down. Oh, rogue.
Touch.
Yes.
Touch button. Touch button.
I did it.
Thank you for touching the button. I don't die.
Hey there. How are you?
Time to get out of tutorial ship.
Just a nice, friendly red dragon, you know.
That's his way of saying hi.
Welcome to the Astral Sea.
Just gotta flunk the tentacle.
I really always wanted to be a string musician.
Now's my time to shine. I've studied the bass for 10 years for this.
Yeah. Mind flayers are like, God damn it, one of the thralls is strumming on the fucking transponders again.
Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum 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 bum bum ba-la-la-la-la.
Dum 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 dum.
There. Where is that? I think I have it. Boop.
Which Final Fantasy movie is it that's like completely CGI?
Advent Children.
They should do Baldur's Gate, and that's approach. Just take the 3-minute movie intro and just give us like an hour and a half of that.
Yeah, that would be incredible. Inexpensive, but also very incredible. Like
Oh,
photorealistic illithids and stuff. Like holy. Oh, hey, we could make friends with Minthara instead.
I didn't know we were flying a giant chromatic orb.
I mean, at this point, it kind of is. Like, when you think about all the stuff happening around it.
Huh. I didn't realize it when I played the first time through, but the goblins are responding to the ship crashing.
Yep.
Yes.
Uh-huh. There was a drow that was planning with a bugbear, and one of the people that was, like, hanging out with the telescope was...
Bonk.
Bonk.
The very first time I ever saw that was with Leah, and she T-posed out of the ship.
She was too powerful. Plop.
Lands on neck, still dies.
Roll 1. Roll for initiative. The beach wins. The beach strikes first.
Each grain of sand has an attack.
Yeah, they do.
Why is someone posted up in the background of this cutscene?
Yeah, it looks like
Just chilling.
Savory.
As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull.
You know what? I feel
Other than
no
the
qualms
infection,
about what I'm about to do.
But it'll all be for nothing if you don't think it helps.
What?
You just jumped into the water in the background.
Just ticking.
No traps, please.
Ooh, level up.
You know, I had to do it to them.
Speak up.
I'm gonna talk to
Yeah,
Shadow.
we gotta
there.
level up. We gotta level up immediately because we killed Salk.
Wish we could have killed the Vine Flavor. It's like
Shadow
another half a
Hearts.
level.
Remember the ship.
It's great, but no.
Consider calling her a friend. You're more concerned. First, we might have escaped, but we still have these.
I don't really want to take. I'll take resistance instead because I'm not going to tie myself to a quarterstaff.
Oh right, you're leveling up.
Yeah. Well, I'm just a druid. I can switch my levels.
Oh, hey,
So
everybody
do you
has
like
levels.
the things? Do you like the comments that your character makes about the mangled fisher, Josh?
Mangled
What?
Fissure.
Click this. Click this.
Well, I will once I get out of my. Level up.
Spell of way more health.
Mm-hmm.
Fighter level 2.
And
CNC.
that scale armor is yoink.
Oh, there was scale armor.
Yeah, where is that?
You're already
Hold
wearing
up.
it. Oh wait, do you need it? Aren't you a rogue?
I'm a
Or would you
rogue.
rogue to medium?
Rogues don't
Rogues don't
start
do
with
medium.
medium, but I will
No.
be changing to Ranger as soon as we hit level 3 and
Oh,
get
I'm wearing
Wither.
scale. You're right.
Yeah, you already got scale.
Yeah, I want to wait till level 4. That way you get a subclass.
True.
Well, do you want the scale, Sandy?
I guess not yet, but
By level
eventually.
4, we'll find better armor than the
I already
scale,
found the most important thing: the ignoble hat.
Oh, you'll also get that from me because I won't wear it, and it comes with the premium edition.
Oh, it does really.
Yep.
Oh, I found some camp supplies on the dead body.
Down,
Yeah.
down the
It's a normal
river.
place for.
We don't.
You- That's how I normally harvest my camp supplies. I should probably. Alright, found first waypoint.
Wait, did it put me
Huh?
in the wrong class?
Surely not.
There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
I think it just put me in the wrong subclass. Ah, damn it. I'll fix it. 100 gold, whatever. Minus 100 gold.
I was kind of surprised, and maybe I just haven't found it yet, but I would have expected a gold split mechanism that so many parties have.
What do you mean?
Like I thought when you picked up gold, it would split among the party. I didn't even
Nope.
think about it.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
but it's
everybody
coin.
shares gold in some manner, but like only kind of. Also, am I
Pretty
able to
role
send things
play.
to camp yet? Yeah, we can send things to camp now.
Now, can you send a corpse to camp?
Yes, you can pick up a corpse.
Gross.
Yeah, I've been bringing body parts slowly for my wolf to eat.
You didn't see that.
I didn't see that. Oh, okay. We're role playing that I didn't see that. I'm totally not seeing this right now.
I need a little extra edge.
Dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 dip,
I'm gonna eat
dip.
some brains.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
Well, I actually got a brain off of that one. Surgical strike.
Better be cautious. Need to find a way forward.
One damage.
Wait, why aren't you using the flaming sword?
Did you
Fine.
give it to me?
Who has it? Everburn Blade.
For now, but I want a higher
I
level
don't have it.
class.
Now you do.
Nice.
This, go here, go this. Hey,
I'm watching you dance around. Whoa.
Oh, not enough resources to put the weapon in my hand.
Aw.
There we go. No.
I mean, they were
Moved
about
out.
to eat me. Yeah, I'm in non-lethal. Like, you can still kill stuff, but there you go.
It's a disgusting gay spawn. It must die.
Yeah, enjoy.
I gotta hop Discords for just like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
See ya.
Uh-oh.
Mm,
How...
You killing Gakes back here?
Killing all sorts of stuff.
Meanwhile, I'll figure out what I wanted to take for my subclass.
Let's have a look.
Still not the thing I'm going to want to run late game, but wish you could see the total amalgamation of not amalgamation, accumulation of your weight that you can carry. Does it tell you somewhere?
Yeah, at the bottom in your tab menu is the easiest way to look at it. So mine's 200, yours 250.
250 is like the fuck. Like you are way too heavy.
So in this case, you'd be looking about like 160, 170. Also, I'm putting bulk equipment away, if anybody wants me to do so. Because I'm going to be sending this to camp.
Oh, I usually keep literally everything on me just to sell. That's why it takes so much. If you wanna put bulk stuff away, just throw it in my inventory. I'm a pack mule.
Some of this is like the cartilaginous chests. They weigh 20 apiece.
Yeah, you can send it back then.
Is there another creature up here?
Where are you that you're suddenly finding all that?
Camp.
Oh, you're already. Wait,
The easy path.
what? Huh?
Camp.
You went to camp on your own?
Yeah.
That's a thing you can do.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, do you need a lockpick?
I'll take that.
I mean, I'll
I know
take them.
thief.
I'll take all the trap, disarm, and lockpick kits you want to give.
Oh, I have a lockpick.
Yeah.
Lockpicked.
Oh, I see. Awesome.
Although there is also, I do actually have a lockpick, which is now going to go to the rogue's inventory because that's where it should go.
Ashes of Baldur.
Hey, you wanna see a wacky thing I can do?
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were gonna go
Whoa.
put Astarion to sleep.
Classic.
My back feels so much better.
Footprints. There may be even more that survive.
There, a mind flare.
Might take a damage from.
Footprints. There may be even more that survived the crash.
There, a mind flare. And it's hurt.
Monster.
You just oh, you just killed it.
Dude,
You
just
didn't
that right. Murdered that baby.
I deal
I
with
usually
this
like to
shit.
feel his head crush underneath my foot. You know, that's the way to do it too.
It's a mind flare. It isn't deserving of life.
It doesn't even get a cutscene. Who wants to get assaulted by Astarion?
As
I guess
say,
you.
What's
I
that?
guess so.
Is he going to assault a wolf?
Oh,
You might just think random wolf.
well,
You can kill it, can't you?
Not
Random
just
wolf.
any
My
wolf,
favorite,
random dire wolf.
my favorite member of the Discord.
Yeah, random freaking dire
There.
wolf.
Shh. Now. I
Headbutt
think
the
on
elf.
ship
Wait, can I be like?
didn't
Can I be Can I be in the background?
let's find out. I headbutted him.
I'm trying to be in the background.
Your mind twists.
This little tray right here.
What is that noise?
Someone's pinging.
Busy streets. You try to hold the memory, but it fades.
Blacksmithing my brain.
The light, the fear.
I'm the parasite in your brain. I'm fixing it up in here.
What's going on?
Typhoid.
I'm not an idiot.
Oh, I don't
It
think I
has
can
to
be in the
those
background.
Tentacled monsters. Something they did.
Trying to pose it up in the background right now.
I
I'm a
started
wolf.
doing what
I haven't
was
gotten to
done.
spend any time with this
What
boyfriend
am I to
yet.
think?
Oh, he's
I
fun.
was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies. My name's
Mhm.
Astarion. My
Okay.
so.
Oh, I hear a wolf near me.
Did you learn anything about these
Weird.
Although it hasn't happened yet. If we can find an expert, I and
The herd and all that stuff. I love your foppish hat and burning sword.
Forever burning.
I'm gonna follow him into camp. Where you going, Astarion? What's up, bud? Where we going? Where's camp? Show me where camp is. Where's
Camp
he
is in
going?
Hammerspace.
Yeah, Oh, you just jumped off the cliff. That's where camp is, apparently.
We just have a rod of security at level 1.
We have what?
The rod of security. It's the rod that you click the button and you create a demi-plane basically that you can go in and camp in safely.
Oh.
Glitters and swirls.
Do you want? Would anyone like to watch me pull Gale out of the portal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's Gale?
It looks slightly
Another
dangerous.
boyfriend.
Yeah, he's the spellcaster. I really like him.
Tell me when you're tuned in.
Currently am.
Okay.
No,
Astarion strikes you as a
playing,
patron of the arts? Kind of is.
I was playing Oblivious because we've never met Gale.
Anyone?
Oh, okay. We're RPing. Got it.
Yeah.
Who's this fop?
Actually, sorry. Right, we're RPing. Grr, bark, bark, woof.
This branch of flesh is begging to be pruned. Sap sucked from.
My mistress' eyelids! Stop! Cease, you loon!
Did you actually chew his arm
As
off?
the dreams cross the threshold of your imagination, you snap back to realize they have all come
Holy
true.
shit! Oh. I didn't know that was an option!
Joy floods through you. You were dazed on the Nautiloid, but now you are truly awake. Alive.
So Dark Urge is very sane.
Hmm. Indulge thine appetites.
Salin is inspired.
+1 inspiration.
Waypoint unlocked. Why can't I
Oh,
pick up
sick.
the... there's not a hand I can pick up.
Need a hand.
Yeah.
There's
me.
not a hand you can pick up, but there's a hand in my inventory, and it'll forever
Nice,
stay there.
nice.
Oh, do we want to beat the tar out of these halflings?
And an abducted commoner.
Huh?
There's an abducted commoner.
Where?
Just chilling in my backpack.
Did you pick up a whole corpse?
Not this way, not this way, not this way, not this way.
You did.
How do you go in
Where?
stealth?
We're the evil guys.
C to crouch, but we're gonna go around this mountain so we can sneak up on him the other way.
I could just chromatic orb them in the face.
Yeah, but I want to push one off of a cliff. It's really fun.
You know what's even more fun? They're standing directly underneath a giant weight.
Not those ones. This one over here.
Oh.
Yeah. This guy's standing on the ledge. Let me know when you're ready. I am positioned.
Oh, these people.
Uh-huh.
You can take cover?
Yeah, it's visual cover. It is important. Because it reduces the chance that you'll... it is constantly processing in the background. Wow, you were just cruising right through their visual area. That is wild. Okay.
Me?
No. Oh, Kaylana is somebody else. That's not Salem. You're just wearing the same robe. Okay. Yeah, so I want to do a push, and you're gonna go chromatic orb on them, or are you gonna do the foundation block on their head?
Where are they going? I'll just ray the foundation block.
Alright, I'm gonna go push. Bye!
Do they even know we're here?
They do now.
Oh, yeah. Pretty brutal.
They don't know that I'm a wolf.
What? How did I miss?
Did you click the ground and not him?
Uh,
It allows you to do that.
I hate that it lets me do that. There should be a snap.
Whoa!
Easy,
What was
easy,
that?
easy, easy. Well, anyways,
CP. So sleepy.
bonk.
Nice.
Bonk.
Okay. Good.
All right, now make fun of this guy. He fell asleep.
Oh, look, another set of scale mail.
Draw on him.
Yeah, I want this guy's equipment because he's a thief builder, if I remember correctly.
Here, let me help you out of that grass. Oh, I tried.
How dare.
I see. I tried to help you out of the grass.
So kind of you.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
It's unfortunate that I can't shovel I'm in Wolf 4.
Very well.
Don't want to go through a door.
Not yet. That will initiate combat with a separate set of people. Were you using cantrips or were you using level 1 spells?
I was using cantrips.
Okay. So we're all set for spell slots and all that?
Oh yeah.
Got this. Got. Okay. Let's go.
Any lockpickers? Have we got any lockpickers?
Wait, there's. I'm dialoguing with the door.
Oh, well, now it's lockpicked as well.
You're talking with the door and it's not even locked anymore.
Should I just leave then?
Performance, yes, let me in.
Yes, it's me. Let me in.
Can y'all see and vote on this?
Yeah, I
We
can vote. I
can.
voted on leave.
Oh, nice.
Sus.
Hi, puns.
Hang on while I find the key.
Wow. Gain
No, you're
condition
dead.
surprise.
I'm gonna add you to my hand collection.
Needs a 13 to hit, rolled 7.
I can affect the flow of battle.
That's interesting.
I'm not wasting a important die on one guy. I get 2 of those per long rest. There's no way.
Good night, Bucky. Very nice. No.
Wait, non-lethal.
You feel free to eat them afterwards. It gives us the same amount of experience no matter what.
Ancient, indecipherable text covers the plaque.
Time to steal so many books.
By the way, literally no reason to run non-lethal. It's bugged at the moment, or we think it's bugged because it still counts as dead in quests and shit. So.
Oh, damn.
It's been a long
Yep.
day. I need
Okay.
to rest soon.
There's certain quests where there are people that you have to keep safe, and certain circumstances you don't know who's who. So you non-lethal the one person to figure out, which should be fine, but the game still is like, yeah, they're dead.
Damn. That is a very hoppy wolf.
I'm just living the dreams that my 8 strength self cannot.
Picked up a cauldron.
And my strength is 17.
Let's see here. Anybody want to dip their stuff?
Sure do.
I don't think I can dip my claws. That would be interesting, though. Like acid clawed wolf.
Hmm.
Well, I pull lever.
Doesn't
Double
look
dip.
like it doesn't look like I can dip.
Oh,
It's because my sword's already on fire. Duh.
always.
No.
Bad initiate. Bad
Everybody in
initiative.
combat?
can take me on.
Yep.
What'd that do for us?
3 more movement speed.
Oh,
Oh.
perfect.
Makes you faster.
You know it's gonna be perfect? When I get my turn, everyone's already moved to the thing I'm going to do.
Could that
Or
be
we'll
fireball?
move into it. No, grease. Alright, never mind. They're just dead. That's cool.
I love fire.
Fire good.
Fire,
It
hot
does.
hungo bungo.
It does destroy scrolls, though. Is the problem?
No.
It reduces the chance that they'll drop scrolls.
He's a little angry. I'll just make him miss, don't worry.
That is a messed up set of powers. You are a terrifying creature.
No, I'm not doing that. It's sad that I know every roll now, and I know I'm missing. And I could do something about it, but you know.
Hope your soul is in good
Knocked out is
hands.
not dead.
What? I rolled a 1? Actually.
Well, I'm not moving, so why do I care?
You dare?
He dare. Don't worry, I got Torga. Never mind, I don't got Torga.
You see every misroll in detail.
Yep.
Everybody, this is the DM's run. We get to watch the DM roll live.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Another step forward.
No.
That
Well,
wasn't
they
even
did.
considered a fight anymore at that point. That's amazing.
Why don't I have this spell? I don't need these spells right now. I would like this spell.
Don't mind if I do. Seems simple enough. No lock. No handle. How does it open? Not bad. I've had better days. Only worse ones.
Everybody power loot. It
Feel
goes
free to take any
faster.
loot out of my inventory.
Yeah, just power loot so we can go further.
So I can move on.
Yeah. We already all generally have an idea of what's going to be inside of a dungeon here.
I could tell you the code behind the game at this point. You know how many times I've done this? It's wild. I failed the perception on the lever. I'm actually kind of angry.
It's alright, I have a wisdom of 17. I'll see it. Oh, look, a liver. That's interesting. Why couldn't you see that? It was really obvious.
I wonder why. Me looking at my 9 wisdom.
The dankest crypt.
True.
This place
Love
is
it when the
good for
crypt
living.
stink.
Allow me to pick up these chests real quick.
And I'll make sure to get all the books for you since you are a librarian.
This is not my librarian character. This is my random mongoose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm collecting all the books to sell them.
That's exactly why I am at this point. It's just money.
Now, where
There's
was that
some
dang crypt?
stuff
There.
happening over there.
Oh, more stuff's gonna happen. Don't enter the room.
Don't enter the room.
Are you about to go into the room with the cursed weapon?
Cursed weapon.
I am convinced it's cursed.
Don't be
Oh
in
god,
this
oh god,
room.
oh god, stand back.
Don't be in this room.
I know where the traps are.
Be wary.
Yeah, well, I'm about to do something.
Are you
What?
disarm the trap?
I
Just
don't have a
disarm.
trap disarm tool.
You don't need to.
Sand doesn't have a sand disarm tool.
You could just shoot the button
And
after
disarm
it's
tool.
activated.
Can sand be disarmed?
I already disarmed one guy this playthrough.
Oh god, yeah, you did. Poor Gale.
Can't keep me out.
All
Who's Gale? All I know is hand.
I know
yeah,
is snack.
that's right. There's nobody named Gale.
They gotta stay. They gotta stay out of the
Wow.
stream still.
Is anyone? No one here is planning on using a spear.
No, I'm planning on using a great sword at best if I'm in human form, but probably just gonna be shapeshifted at all times.
Okay, don't end turn-based mode.
Yeah.
Drew's
Don't
got
stand
great
in that.
swords.
Don't stand in that room either. Oh no, it's when you touch the sarcophagus.
All right,
I
we're
think
good.
button turns it back off.
Yeah, I turned it off immediately.
Oh, okay.
I do not
So I
have the
said-
key to the store.
Don't
I don't
worry,
remember.
it's not there. We
Yeah,
go across the way.
We have the cursed weapon now.
Why do you think it's cursed?
Because every time I put it on a character, they miss every other hit.
Yeah.
Have you seen how many misses we just saw due to me being able to see every single roll?
But I swear, whenever it's in a character's hands, it just gets worse. It's coded in the game or something, because it has True Strike on it.
Can you trigger this encounter early, Levi?
Yes. You can just attack one of the skellies.
It's good to take all their weapons off them.
Did anybody find a helmet yet? Yep, there's one. Do not show the helmet.
I also like turning on lights.
That's Jen, scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him.
I don't even have a high religion. Why did I get that?
Also, if you pick up the skeleton, it starts this encounter.
Oh yeah, I threw one playthrough, and not knowing that, I was just having fun, and then he stood up and smacked me in the face.
We don't need any attention right now.
Okay.
Just turning on the light.
Sent to camp. Sent to camp. Sent to camp. Is there... What is happening?
Another trick up my sleeve.
Okay.
Let's see what this does.
What happens if you hit the button without attacking the skeletons? Do they show up and start talking to them?
Hit the button.
Alright. Fine.
Oh, I should wait. You're about to push that button. Then you do it the right way. And instead, you get a cutscene.
Oh! Okay. I found out by trying to pick up skeleton because I was
Oh,
looting things.
something just woke up. A lot of
Get the
dead
fuck out of here.
sarcophagus.
Dost thou think to rush fate? Seat the dead first.
That's interesting.
Free for the taking.
Every time the portent shows up. If you could change your fate, would you?
Breathe deep. The miracle.
No.
Ooh, the cutting ashen dash.
Yeah, rogue's very good for that.
Yeah, they are.
I feel like rogues are made for hand crossbows.
Warrior, I did not give you permission to approach me.
Not yet. Good shot, though. I have pistachios, I just realized.
Nope, stop that. Stop you moving like that. Cease. You're gonna... You know what?
Another ice knife.
No. Still on the ground.
I put him back on the ground.
Put him back in hell.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Well, it's not that easy to hide. You wish it were.
Can be.
And they keep running away.
Someone have magical darkness, it could be. Ow. Ow.
Yeah.
Saved against ice knife. Dies immediately. Loot again, because they all spawned gold in the time that we killed them.
Open up.
Gold materialized onto their corpses. It's the gold fairies that put the gold also on the wolves and stuff.
You said fairies, I heard furries. That's all I'm saying.
The gold furries.
Yeah, it's the gold furries.
Gold
There's three of us here.
furries.
Gold.
There's 4 of us here, what do you mean?
Nyan is too? 4 of us.
I'm about to be in there.
Went over his head.
You're going for his head?
And this time I'm gonna loot the thing that I always forget to loot.
What, the sarcophagus?
Yeah, I always forget to loot his sarcophagus.
Don't worry, I never forget to lose sarcophagus, so.
It's got another infernal coin in it.
That's 100 gold.
What do you mean? Aren't you gonna give it to Karlak so she can fight? Oh, right.
Karlak? You mean hand number 3?
So he has spoken, and so thou standest before
I hate this.
as always.
I think we're killing everyone,
What a
Sandy.
curious
Have a good one, Pilson. Chromatic furries.
Now,
Yes.
I have a question.
I am a chromatic furry.
What is the worth of a single mortal?
Uh-oh.
Oh, did he just ask? This is the
Curiosity.
best person to answer that question.
Wilt thou answer my question? So, I
Attack.
ask again, what is the worth of a single mortal life?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
Yes, very well. I am satisfied. We have met.
Dark Urge, everybody.
And I know thy face.
Live to be
We'll
slaughtered.
see each other again at the proper
Smile.
time and place. Farewell.
Is that the dungeon master?
Yoink.
Alright, and now, go to camp. Minus 100 gold.
How do you get a camp?
There's a button.
Bottom right button next to the
Oh.
end turn button, then you click on the campfire.
Whoa!
I misclicked. Oh, he's actually not here yet?
No, you gotta give him some time.
What the?
Because he's still walking around this place.
Oh, hey, look, we still have Shadowheart and Asterion. At least they're still with us. Lae'zel too. Oh, wait, no, not Lae'zel yet.
Princesses don't hold a blade to your throat by way of introduction.
Walking snack. Don't worry, I'm just not hungry enough to
cute.
eat them yet.
A little church with all our travelers' chests.
Where'd you go? Did you accidentally go like non-wild magic druid?
Yeah, I accidentally went Circle of the Land.
Circle of the land. What's for long rest?
And that means I have to full action my shapeshifts, and I don't have as many.
Why are we long resting?
Why not?
Fine. No long rest.
If you initiate again, I will say yay.
Yay.
I found Withers. He's here.
He's there? Nice. Withers. I need that bitch. Where is he? Withers, fix my mistakes for 100 gold.
With us, please.
Oh, you have 100 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Good, I thought you gonna get out of mine.
No.
Deadlier
I love. Are you gonna explain further? No.
How are? Oh, I understand why sand.
Yoinky splinky.
Diane, what are you carrying on you that you're so heavy right now?
Probably the body. I'll dump it right here.
Yeah, don't dump it in the middle of town. Dump it in our camp or something.
Sure.
I remember the last time someone put a dead body in my inventory.
Oh, God. And the last time somebody put one in mine.
Yeah, I was standing in the middle of town.
I was too. Ended pretty poorly. By the way, if you have a dead body in your inventory and you go into town, people get upset.
Oh, that seems fairly understandable.
Understandable?
Yeah, it seems logical.
How do they know it's in my inventory?
Because canonically, you have a dead body hanging over your shoulder.
I don't question them when they come back with a dead cow. Why are they questioning me when coming back with a corpse?
Because that might have been their friend Steve.
Well, he shouldn't have been so tasty.
I'm going to turn into a honey badger.
Who wants burning hands?
Give me the scroll.
Wizards. Wait, we didn't actually long rest, did we?
No.
Nope.
Okay. I'm fine with it.
Why am I not wearing my armor, but I woke up?
I wish we had a spellcasting NPC in camp. You know?
I need to find better clothes.
Why is this guy just sleeping here? Weird spot.
Oh, actually, we're long resting. I am going to turn into a honey badger.
Are you turning into a honey badger?
Honey badger don't give a fuck.
I have heard the tales. The honey badger doesn't give a fuck.
Very well. So we're resting here.
Unfortunately, mine hurts.
Turning in for the night.
Oh, you saved it. You still took 10 damage.
Bustling streets. Bursting taverns. Curling up in the dirt.
But mine knocks back.
Yuki, come back here.
A little novel.
How are you doing that?
Are you throwing me?
How?
How dare you?
Today has been a lot. I need some time to think things through. To process this.
Dig a tunnel.
You sleep. I'll keep one.
Did you see that too, or is it just me?
Yeah, I did see that. Someone in camp wishes to speak to you. It's Shadowheart.
You and the pale
I will not take this abuse.
I'd be careful with a
Hold up, come here.
She doesn't trust anyone.
I can't do that anymore.
I have my reasons. Either way. And just to be
Why
clear,
I am allowed to pick up a
come
honey
daybreak,
badger? I'll never
finding
know.
a healer is our caution is a luxury we don't have.
The whole temple shaking.
Yeah, what the hell just happened? I feel like
Honey
I'm playing
badger.
Ragnarok Online. What the hell?
Hey, Sandy.
Honey badger.
smacked a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
I'm killing Josh.
I'm fading. No, I'm fading.
Wait, why are you on fire?
Someone
I can't
else is
help-
on.
I can't
Someone
help you.
else is on fire. Pick me up.
Pick up again. Oh god. Saved. What, are you afraid of the bear?
Would you like to go to bed?
We just keep eating our camp supplies over and over and over.
No, that's not how that works.
Please, I'm dying.
Let's go to bed then. There's for some reason hold. Oh, okay. Let's go to bed then.
What are you doing?
Oh, someone didn't answer in time.
I clicked yes. But another player is currently choosing camp. So
I tried to throw a polar bear.
whenever I see a dialogue like that pop up, I'm very tempted.
I've
I almost click
I've
the
never
cancel
picked
because I'm used to being
supplies
like
before.
confirm and then
How
I
does
click
it?
yes.
How does it work? Auto select.
It's auto select.
Yeah.
Auto select, and as long as it says 40, it don't matter. Look, it doesn't say something silly like 48 or something.
The other guy just dead in the background of the cutscene.
He's sleeping
He's
too.
sleeping.
And our camp
Whoa.
is covered in blood. So much blood.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
Knowledge through disintegration.
Shall we leave camp? Oh wait,
Yep.
you already did.
I slap lever.
Push the button.
Ever.
Lever.
Oh, what's this?
Some
Damn
potion.
it! I just no, the dagger wart.
Oh, okay.
Good grunting. Does anybody have a
Today, the day
shovel
I
yet?
get revenge.
Today.
Oh wait, no, I only have straight meat.
Today.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you.
Right now, na 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 na
Figured
na
out what you
na.
gotta do.
I don't
I don't
believe
believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now.
Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you heard it all before, but you never really heard it out. I'm digging up loot all over the place. The side of a graveyard. Dark Vision and Thunderwave. I have no idea what... Wait, where are those two? How and... Oh, what? Huh? Did you use the portal system?
I
Me?
did, yeah.
Yeah, roadside.
Oh.
Whoa.
I guess we can save Lazel. If you let the Dark Urge one do it, the tieflings die.
Just leave it.
And when the goblins ally with it,
We'll be on the road.
What do you mean? They die anyways.
Your skull.
Get rid of Holy.
lay tight.
If you fail your life, walk away.
Oh.
Nah.
Not happening.
Alright.
Dark Urge gets the way anyways.
Classic.
Can you knock people out and it will end the encounter?
Yes.
Yes.
If it actually works correctly.
It still
I
works
think-
correctly. It just
yeah.
counts them as dead still.
We have non-lethal still active.
Why? I keep clicking the ground. It let me stab the
That is
ground. Quite irritating.
Tell me when it's my turn, please. I'm doing something on the side.
It's your turn.
Okay, thank you.
In a way.
Ah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
probably should be paying more attention. I forgot about portent dice. It's the first time I ever used them. Yeah, no, just hit me. No, just hit me.
I must heal.
You've used the ability Fade Fast. Also, I think I attacked you at the beginning of combat.
So I'm on 1 of 16 health?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Is that
Yeah,
why you're brandishing a sword in my spine?
Yeah. I showed up and just started wrecking you. Sorry. Hell yeah. Holy
Gross.
10 damage.
Could have been 28.
Wow. Oh.
Now, don't hit the person in the green robe.
Okay.
You know what? Have fun.
Are you kidding me? Slap. He's only knocked out. Don't worry about it.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
You ever see somebody get mauled by a bear?
About to.
I read a book about it once.
Oh god.
Alright, now everyone would like to pick me up. That'd be great.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Alright.
Get you down? Okay.
I feel like you're gonna get her down lethally.
Oh.
The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled all your... But the longer we wait, the more it consumes. My
Virtue never gets to
people
have any
possess
fun
the
around
truth
here.
for perfection. I must find a creche. You will join me. You are full up. Dismiss your weakest warrior.
You are full
Very well.
up.
The horned ones mentioned a camp. A creche. I
Ah,
will be
23. Okay.
Okay.
Beep.
Short bow. Sorry for tearing you up.
You'll be receiving my medical bill in the mail.
Oh, mushroom. Do we want to do the high ground sneak attack on this goblin encounter? Also, we should probably heal you.
Up ahead.
They'll be okay.
Alright.
On my way.
I want to go up
I am
this
technically
hill.
the healer.
Technically. Let me know when
Actually, I'm
you folks
just
are
a
ready
bear.
to start this encounter.
Don't mind if I do.
We'll probably end up short resting after it, so it doesn't matter if I burn my second wild shape.
Okay.
Or Josh.
Josh?
Oh, sorry.
Have a heal.
Second encounter over there? Oh. Heal me.
But
Where are you going?
Was that, you know, needed with the healing process? Was to walk over there? Or? Alright.
there you go, full
I'll
health.
be fine. Let me edit my spells real fast.
Back to bear.
So probably
Weird,
don't
my
do
carrying
this.
capacity just went up a lot.
No
Probably 'cause my
longer
strength was
encumbered.
19.
Alright.
Damn, Josh, where'd you get all this food?
Should
Opening
be in your
packs.
chest also.
Yeah. Once we get to the top of this, it'll start the encounter, so. There it is.
Well, I should probably go the other way.
No, there's a save if I take one more step.
Oh, okay.
which means that the bear is locked and loaded.
Okay. Ready when you are, Josh.
Let me see here. Slap this on me.
Nice. You really are just like weaving fate.
And I forget them.
You just undid mage armor.
Okay, so I want to make sure.
It's because we're not in turn-based mode, so it lasts for 1 minute or something like that.
I'd rather learn through some science now than later.
Yeah.
Nobody gets in. Zevlor's orders.
They failed still.
Goblins will be on us any second.
Oh, because the pack of goblins appeared on top of me.
Goblins are on our tail. Open the gates, Zevlor, now.
This is where the goblin archers show up, is right where I'm standing.
Please, there's no time.
What's the point of him pulling the arrow out of the shoe like that?
I don't know.
By the nine hells, open the gates.
I guess so that his friend bleeds out because he pulled out the arrow.
It was in the
It was in his shield.
Oh, I don't know then. I guess because it's a goblin arrow.
Dark Urge approves.
Cannon, no.
Can we get a mod for this game to where every time in a cutscene a character dies, it's just like the top left, Fallout style, the Dark Urge approves? Be great.
I also want to see like a crit fail.
Provoke the blade.
I think how he just stands there and looks at him after he gets his weapon slapped out of his hand, like, I didn't mean it. I'm here to be a cantrip spammer.
I'm here to be a bear.
We are not the same.
Aw. Wait, did I kill that goblin tracker by throwing them?
No, I shot them after
Oh.
you pushed them over. And it was pretty funny.
That was really good.
I'll bleed every last one of you.
Let me know if important dies.
Mm-hmm. Important die.
Important.
God damn it. No.
No. Oh.
That guy's fucked.
Nice.
0.
That was a 6.
Hmm. It would be very funny to see Will die in this fight.
I can make it happen.
What does it do to the story?
Hmm. What's it gonna do to the story then now that Gale's gone?
True, I have no idea.
Well, is Gale gone? Who's Gale?
Who is Gale?
Also, who's Will?
I mean, it gave him a subtitle. Will's right there.
Oh, you're right. But I don't know the name. But yeah. I guess I can canonically see the subtitles. I could forgive that.
I can
Nice.
canonically see the subtitles as one of the best quotes I've heard in a minute.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Oh. Will has feather fog casted.
That's how he dropped down. I was kind of wondering about that.
Bitch, you think you're gonna freaking ray of sickness me? Also? How about instead of just killing you? You only get 2. I'll just kill you then. Die. Don't fight bears.
Bear big.
Are you still cold? No, you're not still cold.
I think the only problem is that my damage kind of doesn't really go up.
I mean, your strength is 19. Your damage definitely goes up because you get a +2 to all damage.
Your strength is 19.
As a bear, yeah. That's why the carry weight's so high, too. In fact, I'm kind of curious. Your carry weight's 230 now instead of 170. Oh, it's my turn. I didn't realize that. High ground. Target outside normal range.
Far away.
Are all these outside normal range? Yeah, okay. Step a little bit further forward. How about now? There we go.
Ooh,
Got
level
it.
3.
Yeah.
Let's go. That's the first time I've seen somebody attack Zevlor.
True, actually.
Yeah, I've seen this fight like 10 times.
Okay.
Oof,
Well,
oof.
Yeah.
Critical hit. How much damage did that actually do? 12. Man. Nerfed by non-lethal.
That was the last of them.
level up time.
Time to eat so many corpses.
Yeah, I'm sorry. As a Githyanki, I do not know peace. It was never an option. Zakrug, goodbye.
A javelin.
Actually, everything else is dead. Wow. Oh wait, nope. There was one. A Booyag. No.
Time for level.
Got the good
Subclass.
shit.
Thieves use
How
their
master
skills
my
of stealth and
ass.
larceny to acquire whatever they wish. Gain an additional bonus action. Master the art of falling, gain resistance to falls. Cantrip spells. Ooh. Assassin. Any successful attack roll against a surprise creature is critical hit.
I love leveling up as a druid. Alright, and that's my level.
That was my level 2.
Just, okay, click accept. That's my level. Spellbook. I can't see them right now because I'm in wild form. We're short resting.
This
All right, this ball's
class.
good.
Okay, I'm officially a name class thief. Or name level thief.
What's next?
I'm gonna go do some initial encounter bullshit.
I want to have a word.
Glad you made it. There'll be.
Do you folks want me to run through the story beat points to get us on the path of getting into the Druid Sanctuary?
Well, we do have one person with us that's pretty fucking evil.
Well, I
so
mean,
we
one of
might
the
actually,
options.
we could actually go for the goblin side.
Would be kind of cool.
Maybe, but the sooner we leave for Baldur's Gate, if the road was.
We're gonna go for the goblin side. There's a couple things in town you should do first.
Yeah.
For
Basically,
example,
talk to the merchants, kill the bugbear.
Yeah.
No more trouble.
Some XP to be drained out of that place. I feel like I'm experiencing VRC right now.
DLC.
No, VRC.
Oh, why?
If you look at where I'm at.
Um,
Oh.
clicks on you.
oh, I have an interesting conversation though, Joyce.
Never mind. Didn't.
Okay. Okay.
Because I'm a Githyanki.
Let me click on
We
you.
was running for our lives. You led them straight to
Ooh.
us, and you let them take the druid. What chewed you up and spit you out?
Huh?
Show some respect. This woman saved
Oh,
your
that's all?
pathetic
Man.
life. Well, I didn't ask for any goddamn help. Please, you were begging me to open the gate. Anything to save yourself, you coward!
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
Who?
Who what?
I'm a Githyanki. And
Just attack them.
This human is pathetic.
Oh, dang.
Aw. Still. Should have been a bear. Ooh, an inspiration.
Do it.
Do it? Really? Okay. There it is. Get decked.
Bonk.
That's that, I suppose. The goblins have found us. No doubt the beast.
What am I missing?
We need to pack up and leave immediately.
Just
Violence.
punch the guy that said open the gate.
I punched Arid. I knocked Aridin out.
Nice.
First I damn near died.
I'm not nice. I'm a Gith.
Then I get sucker punched by a bloody randomer.
A randomer.
Done with this hellhole.
Everyone else likes it.
Bonk.
Those two must have history.
1 minute. I was gonna pickpocket him.
Time to press ahead. Moving ahead.
Don't be pickpocketing people. That shit gets you really messed up. You need to like. There's a couple things to really enhance
Just care
pickpocketing.
about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back. Right now.
If we had a cleric with pass without trace, that'd be great. I could give you invisibility. There's stuff that gives you advantage on sleight of hand checks.
Nettie could put you to rights. A drastic measure. But
Otherwise, yeah, this is the guy to pickpocket because this man ends up with like
took refuge here.
2,000 gold.
May Sylvanas guard them. They sound just like Korga. I pray to Sylvanas each night. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
What are you planning on doing with that?
Scroll of Shatter.
We don't even know these people.
Shatter's pretty good.
Of course it does.
The Ring of Flinging is also a good cheap one.
Strangers over us.
That's not what I said.
Can we stop shouting? No?
Why did I get a badoop? Who badooped me?
Also, I'm just gonna. But you're a mage, which just makes it funnier. Congratulations, Josh.
What? What'd you do?
Calm down. Please.
I won't leave them behind.
You're going to get us killed.
You're probably encumbered. Unless your strength's high. Oh wait, your strength is 16. Never mind. No guilt.
What'd you give to me?
Everything.
Oh. Okay.
Wizard with strength of 16?
No, I'm not interested in this stupid cursed spear. Alright, the gloves of power. Let's see. Yeah, the fighter's pretty melee, so they'll probably go on the fighter.
Oh, is there another vendor in here?
I'm talking to one right now, but there's a few.
Oh, I know. Josh is talking to another.
Oh, then Spell Thief.
I snag Spell Thief.
I'm not proficient with it, so.
It says that I'm not either, but I will be.
Subdue thine appetites, Salen is inspired.
Hmm.
I think that was from... I'm pretty sure that was from me talking to... Oh, wait, no, that was a different thing.
What did you just do?
Ate the soup.
Delicioso.
I talked to the gruel lady. Octa, the identity management framework.
They're tough kids.
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Wait, how did I get under the effect of Hill Giant Strength? What the?
Well met.
The man you are the
I didn't use that.
Shit. She's out there now.
Oh, I failed.
Are we selling soul coins?
Failed a history roll to Auntie Ethel.
Oh,
Saw you at the gate.
it'll be pertinent later.
Spare a story or two.
What, the soul coin?
Well, they're just for Karlach, so we can just sell them.
Step.
Money, money,
You need to be ready for
money,
a fight.
money.
But I'm useless with a sword. He was only a boy. And I just froze while the wall tore his head clean off. Let's see then. Feint, kick, thrust. You really know what you're doing. Found this. Oh yes, I'll keep at it.
Inspirations.
Yep. Metallic gloves.
Huh, I got kicked out of the...
What did you get kicked out of?
I was in a merchant dialogue window.
Huh.
Oh, well, I'm inspired now. Wait, why did I hear someone yell, "You're going to get us killed"?
Don't worry
That's where
about
you're
it.
going.
Yeah, that's the place you're going to.
Get us killed.
Yes, get us killed.
Mm-hmm. See, are there any better looking clothes yet? I like the gray ones. Or we could kill Shadowheart for her clothes.
Mmm. Kind of deserves it.
No, she doesn't. She's nice, actually.
Oh, wait, I thought you were talking about the druid.
No, Shadowheart. After you get past her prickly exterior, Shadowheart's actually really nice.
Hmm.
What's the color anyways?
Grab what?
Who?
Who what? You an owl?
Legends.
Who?
My dagger.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Better not be cursed. Moving in. Don't want to draw any attention. Out of sight, out of mind.
Money.
Strength saving throws +1.
When we get to the city,
Whatever we want.
I think I'd make a fine
Wish
teacher.
I had a bag of holding.
Or a baker.
Heavy crossbow.
Or a butcher.
Very nice.
Sure.
Dagger, mace, dagger, dagger. I don't know why all these are available, but they're mine now.
This mailbox is mine.
Ooh, gloves of power.
I can crack that open.
Yeah, you should equip those because you're the fighter.
Wonderful.
God, I just thought of a meme fucking format.
Best be on my way. I need a quick word.
We've known enough. Don't.
Okay. Don't mind me as I continue stealing things.
Calm down. Please.
If you're stealing things, you might want to.
I'm not. I'm stealing things
Okay.
in the sense that there's white items.
Gonna get you.
Personally, I like to keep my inventory clean. Did you just?
It's clear not
What
everything you
happened?
find.
Oh no, you stole something. Okay.
I didn't.
I saw Attitude Historiesco as my husband, so I
Yeah.
thought Josh just murdered somebody because I haven't figured out whose names is whose yet.
I
I'm Luthica.
apparently walked into a spot that I wasn't supposed to, though. That's cool.
I am Zephyr.
I wish that I had speak with animals so I could get the free loot over here.
Oh, you want to speak with the animals? Gotcha.
Following me.
I think. Can I cast it on
Stares right
others?
past you, as if you're invisible.
Where are you?
He's still staring, right? You see, as you
I think I can. Oh no, just myself. Well, I can get the free loot though.
Yeah, do it.
find the
Where's the
edge.
board?
Also, my perception said that something was following me. Or
About your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back. Right now.
yeah, I swear that Ox's gaze is following me. Okay, so yeah. There's also a rat that'll tell us to go into a place.
Right, tall will do the trick.
Huh. So I clicked the wrong button, and now we don't get the free loot.
Well,
Let me cast. I can't cast it on others. That sucks.
Oh, I don't have any money or anything to sell. What? I'm the.
Please. That's through.
Oh, I heard stories about you. How you all. Oh, go on. Take this ring. It's lucky. I never learned names or anything. Just the tricks. Anyway, forget that. Take the ring. I want to show you how lucky it is. Weeping, bleeding hells! Okay, maybe you don't need it. Call it. Heads or tails. I've got more where that came from. Real cheap, too. I don't know what you mean. The hell it is? You can't do that one with a ring.
Astorius
It
is
has to
having
be
a
with
private
bracelets
moment.
because- Oh, damn.
Oh, we don't have private moments shared.
Last chance. You want to look at my stuff
I
or
do.
not?
There's a setting that you can just make it permanently shared.
Wait, so even if I'm standing right next to Josh, I can't observe it?
No, it's not about that. It's.
I'm not
that's a private
Astorius, so.
But you're not?
No, that's sand.
Oh, that's sand.
Nothing caught.
What you doing in that there prison, friend?
There's no way that the psycho. I mean, sorry, we don't know. So, there's no way that our party companion would do something illegal.
Oh, I guess I'll. Then hurry up.
Flying through these encounters. Should I just turn on the here?
Then hurry up and do it.
Please, last through.
Let my. She's a.
Hmm.
We need.
You heard the
I'd sooner trek through the 9 hells than.
Arabella tried. Now Arabella's being judged by a bunch of druids who hate us.
Hurry.
Time to go talk to the druids.
Kick back.
A moment.
What? You, but a word of...
Oh, Salen. We're helping Salen?
Hmm?
Oh, we're going there? Okay. I assume that you're probably just going to kill the druid, though.
I mean, I don't have intent for any of that. I'm just getting us the quest line started, so as a group we can make the decision.
Well, I have Hill Giant Strength, though I take a long rest.
You want to talk to this bird?
Oh yeah, let me go talk to the bird real quick.
And the bear?
If you sneak,
Yeah.
it doesn't hit you. Yeah.
I disarmed it.
No, he didn't.
Ah!
No, you didn't.
I love that comedic timing.
Wait, what? We have to go look
Nah,
at
it's
this now. Where are you two?
3.
Oh, I see. Okay. This music is perfect for this.
If you're trying to put that over your stream, Sand, it's not playing.
And I can't listen to your stream, otherwise I'll have the psychosis of hearing my own voice.
Aww.
For
It's not
real.
playing
True,
over stream.
true. My music should be broadcasting. Hmm?
So, any reason not to sneak attack these goblins? Wait,
Yes.
we want to.
Yes.
Yeah, we want to be friends.
Yes, don't.
Are you sure that music isn't playing? Because I'm certain if I
Now it is.
yeah, I was gonna say it was the entire time. You just don't have it turned up very loud.
Oh, I had you at 100%. I checked it.
What's happening? Are
Interesting.
they still angry at us?
Now I make the
happening?
whole
Are they
audience
still
listen to
angry
this
at us?
problem. Now
What's
I make the
happening?
whole
Are they
audience
still
listen to
angry?
this
Why-
problem.
Why is this ground
Now
just
I make
turning
the whole-
red? How dare
I
you?
can pickpocket the wolf. I'm gonna go pickpocket Kaga. Don't mind me.
War were declared.
What? I will imprison the devil.
So, are we killing
Yes, we're
them?
murdering them.
Low orbit ion cannon and geosynchronous.
The goblin wants to kill Sasa. Sasas are in at the goblin camp.
Wow!
Whoa.
I rolled a 1.
Who just
Committed war crime?
obliterated Tracker Torak?
Low orbit ion cannon.
I hear it is.
Oh yeah, let's see if I can. How does this work?
Something's on my mind.
Although this game unfortunately does not present Moonbeam in the way that I always think of it. Because whenever I move Moonbeam, I imagine it just like is a laser that slowly drags across the ground to its new
Yeah, that's what I also thought too.
instead of disappears and reappears.
You did well to speak up for the girl.
Well, see,
Ooh, that was a
our fault.
fancy noise. What spell is
But
that?
will die if the rite is finished.
Oh,
wouldn't
wait,
it?
find...
Find familiar.
Why?
Why not?
He's trying his best. He'll be tasty when he dies.
What will the tiefling?
Oh, Lord.
No!
Not the concentration.
What just happened?
Zaza is down.
Why couldn't that Porton die that shit?
Saza was dissolved by acid.
Uh-oh. Can we revive Zaza?
No,
it's a
non-player
non-player
character.
Whoops.
Do I need to reload?
When's our last load? That's the thing.
Probably when we entered this cave, right?
The hollow. No, it was the second that we entered shopped.
Let's just
Yeah.
keep going.
We'll just charisma it. It'll be fine. It's unfortunate, but...
The ritual's almost finished. What if they tried to
Y'all don't have metal armor? Y'all look really metally to me, but hey, you know. Game knows better.
I'm gonna talk to Nettie.
I see you. Just give me a moment. There.
I'll just leave you to your ministrations then.
You folk he tried to look, you obviously want
There's leaving?
but I still don't. You seem
You
healthy enough.
Classic.
What do you mean classic?
Come.
Alright, let's see.
Let's go.
Garrus is more likely to die from it. I'm so annoyed that I have to recast this. My constitution is good. This game in its con saves is just...
You shouldn't con save yourself, ever.
like...
Don't worry about him. A tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. Seems it's why he jumped. I pity you. All right.
Just gonna move
Listen,
away.
of course. Now, Vic, how'd you pick up the parasite? How? Look, but you. This is a vial of white.
Barbecue, does anybody want some barbecue goblin?
You'll you know, Master, because you should all be changing. There should the thing. It's not anyhow. Could but
Porton?
whatever he found there.
Yeah, Porton.
If you can find
Hey Josh Porton.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, picked up 2 quest tags for attempting to find Halson, or the remains thereof. So, more reasons to go do goblin things.
It's your turn, Josh.
You know what?
It's alright.
What, I can't? Have fun.
Oh,
Enlarge. Wait, Josh, I have the most important question.
Big
Yeah?
fighter.
Later on,
Seems simple enough.
when I'm a bear again,
Yes.
yes.
We'll need a long rest, though.
Obliterated. Wait, is there anyone still alive?
There's a guy up here. It's a archer.
Is somebody alive?
Yes, archer.
Moonbeam? Please correct that.
Oh, up there.
I love Moonbeam.
Well, Saza.
Oh, the
Yeah,
orbital
shit on-
beam.
Are we not gonna
War
do this
crime
as a
beam?
storyline? The war crime? No, it's Moon. It's Moonbeam.
How do we?
Hey, where are you going? Where are you
how do
going?
we
Come back
revive
here.
Thimble?
What? Yes, can I help you?
No, this is the war crime beam.
Ain't no way you just
No, ain't no way. He's just a poor guy.
Key of the ancients.
He's got a key?
Our little Hellions.
It gives you nature +1.
Yeah, thank you.
Or our druid like the headband that gives them better nature?
I suppose.
Who wants the ability to summon dancing lights at will?
Take it.
This seems very specific. Why would it only be at one of our party members?
That's what Mom says.
You're already up here.
Listen,
Alright.
I am Snark. Ooh, look, a chest. I should walk up and touch it.
I'm still
There we
in
go.
combat.
I should not walk up and touch it.
Oh, there we go. Fucking sneeze so hard it turned my mic off.
It's dark in here.
Do you know how to get the key to that chest without picking it?
Well,
I have.
I do actually.
Yep, it's down there.
Isn't this the one with the shrine? Yeah,
Oh.
it is.
I never even jumped there.
Yeah, jumping gives you some interesting
You
places
jump from
here.
here to here.
So we can risk violence here.
I always just lockpicked the chest.
Nope.
It's Korga's influence.
Yes, that's what I did, but nope, that's not what I should do.
But I can't manage that.
I want to go over here
Sneak.
now.
They've already let you. I'm leader.
Ah!
I
I
told you
like
to
fire.
sneak.
You're the one who helped
Nah, I like fire.
keep your steel.
Dead human. Some money and a key.
Oh, this isn't the one I thought it was, but that might be later.
Doink. Doink. We're doing like a scroll of Thunderwave.
Yeah.
I can just cast that spell.
I would always
Yeah.
like to have that.
Okay.
That stuff is so useful as a ranger or a thief because you can get people off you real quick and deal a bunch of damage.
Scroll
I
of personal space.
have-
We're doing like a
Yeah.
scroll of
Used to think
Thunder
the
Grasp.
goblins would kill us
Yes.
if
Shocking
we set
Grasp.
foot outside. Well, I still think they'll kill us. But at least we can put up a fight.
6 stone door. Josh, you might like this stone door.
Is it sick like me?
Plenty of us fell to monsters already. But if you're so sure,
It's pretty
we
handy.
will, why not put a little
For somebody
gold
that
on
wants to
the
kill all the
line?
druids.
Excellent. And since I
Wait, where are ya?
leave a debt looking forward to.
Why,
Right
is that, why would that door be handy for someone who wants to kill out the druids?
No
Josh,
particular reason. Right in here.
why aren't you wearing your cool mask?
A cool mask? What do you mean?
The one in your inventory.
Mask with a shapeshifter? Oh, because it allows me to do things like this.
I am up very high. What did I just find?
Amazing.
For free. An infinite amount of times.
Oh, you just get the sky self.
Nope, nope, it is shapeshift. It is not disguise self.
Damn.
I become them.
Was that within the sarcophagus?
Nope, this was should be in your chest in camp.
Yeah, the mask of the
Quadricular?
shapeshifter. Yeah.
Yep, you get it too.
So hold up. How far? Hmm.
You know I had to do it to him.
How do you even pose?
No, this is just my idle stance.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll
I also like it with the produce flame because now I just have 2 hands on file.
I just found Karlach already. In fact, I just found a very strange back route that I don't know. I found the novices of the Absolute already. I'm in a
nice.
very strange place.
Should probably go there.
Yeah, where are we going?
Up ahead.
You.
A strange symbol glows marked on
Up
their
here.
flesh.
Do, 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 do.
Within you stirs
Did you unlock this fucking chest yet?
He's
I do
got
not
the
have any
key.
lockpick.
Locks eyes with
Whoever
you.
got the lock? The
I
key.
thought you got the
key opens
key.
it.
It's in
Yeah.
your head.
Oh, it is trapped.
The key doesn't matter.
Useless.
Like that goes by it.
He's. Do you have orders for us?
See?
We were reporting to Edwin.
All right, you can open it.
Okay, I'll open those.
What? The Absolute is our goddess. She's going to.
Oh, hey, look, items.
Okay.
A true soul. And when the time comes, the true souls. You. I don't know any druids.
We don't know what the Absolute wants them found. At any cost.
He's going in the right direction.
Still has a great deal to teach me.
Ow.
What?
Yes, you're right.
The cave is just a.
All right. So these fools are.
By the way, Josh, did you explore the fun door?
What?
These fools are?
Your limbs. Why let its host's memories go to waste?
What are you asking me?
Tadpoles
Did you explore the fun door?
Oh, that door? Yeah, don't worry. There's nothing we can do with that right now.
Well, yeah, it's got like a difficulty 30.
Josh,
Since we're going-
you trying to do this encounter?
Encounter. This encounter? What about this encounter?
You trying to initiate it?
Their host as soon as they need to. Vile parasites.
There's no encounter here.
What in the world did you do there?
I
What do you mean?
I ate somebody.
Oh, that's owned. I thought that was
Oh,
two
did you-
NPCs.
Did
It
you
was-
confirm the worm?
It was Sandy.
It's my worm now.
Zephyr disapproves. Illithid bullshit. Zephyr does not like that.
Okay, yeah. We're gonna have some
It's-
problems later.
Zephyr will remember.
Zephyr will remember this.
Can I break the
I am
signpost?
Illithid, no.
I'm gonna plant a second worm in your brain when you sleep.
Leather boot.
I can break the sign.
You can grab so many things.
Adventures are gonna get so lost.
Do you
Can
want to?
we short?
Yeah.
Can we long rest?
Yeah.
I'd rather not. We need a long? I'd rather just short, but if you need it long.
I take my second level spell slots back.
I can.
I know that's on
We-
me, but like
We
I was
are
playing
about to go
around.
fight an owlbear.
Oh, we're gonna go fight the owlbear? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
That is a little fucked up about the baby, but you know what? I'm a Gith. I don't care.
Hey, you know, fun fact: the baby shows up later in the goblin camp, and you can send it back to your camp.
Oh, that's
Even
fun.
if we kill the mommy in front of it.
In my case, the humans ended up killing the owlbear, so.
What? They won?
What? No, the owlbear killed them immediately afterwards. They killed the baby.
Oh. Oh. What assholes.
Oh, yeah. Waiting for you to get out of the water so you're not wet while you're sleeping.
I'm so glad I found. Wait! I'm Althera, a bard from the Grove. I don't mean any harm.
You guys want to peer in on this, or?
I think we all peer
Yeah.
in, don't we?
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
looking.
Enforce it.
Toto.
The
Wait,
tieflings
who's
all right?
next?
Everything's
Who's
fine.
behind you on the left?
That's why I'm here. When I'd heard what you'd done, it inspired me.
What'd you
Aw.
do?
Made me feel brave again. I want to join
We
you.
killed so many
to
things.
fight by your side. I want to help
Hell yeah!
as you've helped
I
us.
didn't know this was an option. That's a Starian back there.
I've been running since El Terrell. And when we finally arrived at the Grove, we found danger there too. Unless I hide away from the world, I can't avoid it. So I'd rather face it head on. With you.
That's awesome.
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
Really? Just like that? Oh, thank you.
I never got her. That's
Thank
weird.
I didn't either. Yeah, I didn't know this was a thing you could do just by sleeping here.
Quiet here. I won't let you down.
Why are all our companions with this all of a sudden?
This is amazing. Other than the ones that you
Oh,
got
we're at the
eaten.
camp, duh. I thought we took a short rest for some reason.
I can't wait to hit the road. Where will we go? Neverwinter? Oh, can we go to Waterdeep? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take it one note at a time, as my teacher would say.
Cute.
So wait, who is the Blade of Frontiers?
That's Will.
Will.
I feel safer already.
Already. Anybody need leather boots? There's some boots. Heavy crossbow. Who wants bigger slap?
I mean, I'm
What?
already not proficient with the light, so I guess I'll take a heavy.
Heavy what?
Heavy
wait,
crossbow.
Yeah, slightly bigger slap. Sure.
What else we got here? A light crossbow.
I think I
But-
can do heavy crossbows too, but I'm not sure. I'll check after this.
Oh.
But we'll probably get more.
Metallic gloves. Not proficient with medium armor. I'll just stick a bunch of things inside of a pouch again.
Wait, didn't we long rest?
Not yet.
Oh,
That's
we
why
just
I'm
went
wasting
to,
my fairy
we
fire.
just went to camp.
Um,
What a Blade of Frontiers.
a battle axe. Okay. Quote unquote magic ring. Consumables bag. Delicious.
You know I had to do it to him.
Consumable.
Josh, thank you for pointing out that that's that pose. I didn't even notice, but it's so good.
What?
So good. My idol pose.
What is this?
You know I had to do it to him.
It really is true.
And with the produce flame, I just have a blue glowing flame.
Wait, who wants to talk to us?
Yeah, who is it? Shadowheart?
Maybe.
It's Withers.
Oh.
Withers.
I wanted to change class. That works for me.
Oh, Withers.
I shall be here in thy camp, for whenever thou hast need of my services.
That's a private moment. Why does it even give us the ear?
There doth exist an amalgamation of spirits, they bear for a mere pittance
And
coin.
Yeah.
what's the website where you put two images in it and it makes it talk when you talk in Discord?
Fujitech.
Reactive.fugi.tech.
Thank you.
Most
So reactive, very foogy.
suspicion should
Much
follow
Fugi,
any
very
hand
React.
touches perish.
Technology.
Dost thou require a new as the
I'm waiting for trying to sleep.
I'm trying to change class.
I'm down to sleep. Oh, you're changing class, you say?
Mm-hmm.
What are you changing to?
Priestess of the Spider God.
Hell yeah.
I.e. Ranger.
I was about to say, wait, don't you hate the spider god?
What? No, not Lost.
Oh, other
the
spider
god
god.
of
Right,
spiders.
right. The other one.
Wait,
Oh
what?
yeah.
By doing this, it seems to have dropped all of my thief abilities entirely instead of doing a split class. It's not entirely what I was looking for.
Did you choose rogue first and then upon level up do multi-class?
No, not upon level up. I said I want to change my class for 100 gold.
Yeah, that's like a whole reroll, and then you upon level up you do multi-class.
Bloody hell. I just spent 100 gold for no reason. I have to spend another 100 gold to...
Do it backwards. Just choose what you're going to do with the sorcerer here, and then multi-class into rogue. Upon level up.
No, I'm not... No.
Or fighter, whatever you're doing. Ranger. I forget.
Yeah, the ranger sticks because it's got the... The ranger actually scales. The thief doesn't. The ranger continues to scale for the rest of their career. The thief doesn't. They get stuck with low health for the rest of their lives. That's the point of split classing to rangers, that you start rolling d8s and d10s for your health die instead of d4s. This is dumb. I need to stop saying that word. Not in that manner. Cure wounds, sure. Fighting style, archery, cool, I guess. Whatever, I'm a ranger now. Neat. Dang it. That is so frustrating. Goes and look. Nope. No point in trying to reload from there either. We don't have the
100
gold
gold's not that much.
It's going to be 300 in total.
How?
100 a change for the wrong reason. 100 change back for the wrong reason. And then, oh wait, do I need to pay when I split class later at level up? Okay, never mind.
Fate, dost thou require a new path?
This is still absurd. Neat. Wow, that is some serious leap.
Yankee psionics.
Okay, that I think does everything for me. Alfira told me to stop that. That's amazing. Waiting for other players.
Oh. I would like to see.
You open your eyes with a lurch. The body of
You ate her?
girl who earnestly swore to devote her life.
What's happening?
Her blood covers
Josh
I'm
ate
just-
Alfira. Click the ear icon.
It won't. I can't say anything. I'm just looking at us laying down.
But your head pounds
Hmm.
and aches.
Well,
If you want to see if it's not messing with you, I'm streaming. So.
hmm.
Josh, how could you?
That's gruesome too. She seems so friendly.
Yeah, I realized why. Why?
No,
I never saw
I
that.
realized why too. Don't worry. That's why I didn't say anything. I had heard about this.
Why did I never get to see her?
I was like, oh, Bard? I don't remember Bard being there. Fuck. Well, max inspiration is 4. Does anyone care if we spend one? Because if we try to get any in the future, just
Just go for it. I have no idea what you're doing intelligence rolls for.
trying to remember.
Hmm.
Never mind, I won't spend
Wow.
another one. It's
Do
getting
it.
unlucky.
I want to know.
Okay.
A single moment comes to you, the flash of abject terror in her eyes, blood spilling from her lips. No time for last words.
This one I won't spend anything on. Can I add bonus? No. Oh.
Done.
Thank you.
Let me guide you. You fucking needed it.
Apparently it didn't even matter.
Oh
They
wait,
gave it to
no.
me.
That's weird. Why didn't I give it to you? I cast it on you.
Dozens and dozens of wounds on the corpse. The killer did not stop
Holy.
even when she was long gone.
Yeah.
And your dominant arm aches. It aches from stabbing over and over. No matter how it appears, the body is there, and her blood is on your hands. The question flows through your mind. Who are you really, that you could be guilty of such bitter business?
Gee, I wonder who could have done it.
If you could craft a corpse like this in one night, what masterpieces have you sculpted in your forgotten decades? You don't have much time for reflection now. You need to act. You may only have a few moments before the others awaken and begin to cast blame for the hot sin before you.
You weren't going to hide. Just start a single-player campaign by murdering everyone else.
What do I go with?
That's up to you.
I don't know. We know nothing about what's happening right now.
We're also camped right next to the river.
Down, down, down by the river.
Down, down, down.
You scrub yourself until your hands are cold and raw. While your body starts to feel clean, the blood doesn't seem to leave.
Magical blood. Ooh.
And it just gets rid of it.
That's weird.
There is no magic binding this blood to your body, only guilt. You shake your head, and it seems to go away. Only then. If you are fortunate, no soul will be able to know you were behind this murder.
Huh?
I hear down, down, down by the river right now.
Down, down, down by the river. What a restful and uneventful night of sleep.
Don't
I'm
worry
glad
about the
that-
giant amount of blood next to me. On the ground.
Oh my god, what the hell?
Dead before her time. I wonder how it happened.
Wait, is there like a circle?
Yes.
Yeah.
The killer knifed her many times after she was dead. Was it you?
Yeah, that's quite a freaking bore.
I'm not making this DC, man. It's a 15. I have no bonuses. Or I'll make it on 20.
It is dangerous, wandering around at night. You could bump into anything.
Your guilt is safe. For now. As the Inquisition departs, you are left alone. with a familiar headache.
Jeez. This advanced feature allows you to build powerful combinations of classes at the expense of higher level class features. You can only level up one class at a time. Why is it telling me now?
Would you like to hear my beautiful music?
Sure.
Cut the
Would you like
noise
to hear
or I
my
cut
beautiful
you.
music?
God, shut up.
How do you play music? Oh, like this.
Oh, like this. Isn't there a flute in the party somewhere?
Wait, I don't got a.
You have to
Oh, here
find
you go.
one.
If you want one, I'll give you
Oh,
a
hell
lyre.
yeah.
She had 2 on her.
Thou require a new ally, or mayhaps a resurrection.
I have a lot on my mind.
Why are we all facing different directions like some like
In it.
boy band?
Boy Kisser Band. You can toggle your armor set visibility too? That's fun.
Band of boy kissers.
Wow. Quite the evening. I guess let's continue and go kill an owlbear.
Better not be cursed.
God, that's a lot of blood. Anyways, I'm turning on Speak with Animals to make this sadder for myself.
Tell me, Will. Good morning, Pace Ace TTV. How you doing? Welcome into the channel. We are having a strange evening with D&D here. Yeah, it's, like I said, been an interesting evening. Owlbear nest.
We're missing a wizard.
Yeah, where's the rest of the party? Because these folks just took off.
Don't need any attention right now. Never wanted the easy path.
So we're killing them all, right?
I thought you wanted to keep the owlbear baby.
Oh yeah, not the baby. Everything but the baby.
We not the baby eats the boy. Turn on non-lethal for the baby.
Guys, don't hit the baby.
I mean, it's going to attack me.
Oh, you just don't hit it.
Just don't hit it.
Like, it goes neutral after the mommy dies.
All right, are you ready? Because I'm behind the owlbear.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting a cutscene?
Oh, okay.
You feel the quake of its heavy footsteps before you see it.
Oh.
An owlbear.
I never got a cutscene for this.
Face looming out of the darkness.
Whoa!
I guess I just can't watch Josh's cutscenes for some reason.
You need to click on the little ear for that.
I've been clicking on the ear.
I do not know.
Yeah, how's your animal handling? Ooh,
Trash.
Ooh.
That's rough.
Unfortunate, isn't it?
You can only surmise the obvious. The owlbear is out for blood.
Oh, maybe you'll get lucky. You'd be kidding me. Roar?
Beast shrinks back, feathers quivering.
Hoot. Okay. What does that
Then
mean?
I go, pop.
Have to keep going.
Did we just kill these bozos right off the rip?
I mean, you can let them get additional attack damage in.
Okay, but if they attack the baby,
They might.
if I think they're going for the baby, I'm murdering them.
Yeah.
Oh, is the baby sacred?
Owl rolled a 20?
No. No. Yum.
Because we can have an interview with them afterwards. Are you
Alright, I'm killing him.
kidding me?
They die.
Do you think it's gonna kill you in one swing? Or?
No. I have 30 health.
Wow, that worked.
They're too random for this fight. We want something to live, so.
What path lies before me?
Lacerate. You need an 18.
It's just a lacerate save. No bleeding.
I can't really help you. It doesn't help you any.
Having so much fun killing the same boss 40 times tonight so you can upgrade gear while everyone's having a role-playing epic adventure. Good night, Jarvie, if you're not already gone. I think you are. Not enough resource. Not enough movement. I'm gonna go over here real quick so I can do some backstabbies. Well, okay, bye.
Why would you kill him? Murder him right now. He must die.
Blood Bolt.
Andrik needs to die. He's about to attack the baby.
Again.
That is...
Wow!
That is just...
Ah!
I'm sorry. I have a priority target now. Never mind, I don't have a priority target.
Time to smack a smacker.
Oh, are my portent die randomized every single day that I wake up? Because I had a 14
Yes.
before, and now my main one's a 9, so...
Your portents are randomized every day. So the way it works is after a long rest, you roll 2d20s, and then you have those 2d20s to use at any point during the day. And basically, before you make a roll, which this game's nicer about it, but normally before you make a roll, you can say, I want to use the portent instead. The owlbear seems upset.
Just a little bit.
I could be a dick. The low rolls aren't bad, they just don't help us. I can just make enemies not do shit. So, you know, it's not bad really getting a low roll. Just use it a different way.
No, that's not worth Lunar Mend.
Okay.
Did it! For Edwin and the absolute!
That would kill the owlbear?
What's inside?
Owlbear empty. Heavy stone.
It had a spear. Or it had a spearhead that is actually combined with something.
The spear shaft that I have?
Yes. If you have that.
I think I sold it.
Nah, you wouldn't be able to sell it already.
Yeah, I would have. We've been to a merchant already.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'll go buy it
I
back.
thought it was in this cave, not like we got it before.
Because it makes a nice weapon.
So what's up here?
Oh, actually, we did not kill the owlbear.
No, we didn't.
Did we kill it?
Yeah.
I put it on non-lethal. What's up here?
Hey, Mr. Polar Bear, could you come down here to the statue?
Wait, why?
I feel like I found a thing or... Maybe not.
Why'd you want me to come down to the statue? I was gonna go
I-
by the shaft.
I need you to... well, I need somebody to come back here and...
What, and touch the death chest?
No.
What's up with the death chest? I could not figure it out.
If you're a cleric of Saloon, you can open it.
Nope, you can do it otherwise.
What do you need me for,
How?
Josh?
So come walk back here. Thank you.
Oh, you weren't able to perceive it before?
Nope.
How do you open
That's
it?
funny.
If you go behind the altar, there's a saloon.
There's a
poem.
scribe of a poem. You take it over the chest and you read it, and it opens up.
Huh.
It's pretty
Silver
cool.
necklace, moondrop pendant. When the wearer's 50% hit points or less, they don't provoke opportunity attacks. Ooh. Idol, Saloon, Bloodstone, Saloonite Rite. Read. This tome describes the ancient initiation rites observed by some who worship the moon goddess Saloon. When a youngster came of age, they would be left to fend for themselves deep in the wilds. There they would show their skills of navigation and self-reliance, as well as their determination to return to the Moon Maiden's silvery glow. Once they found their way back to their people, their faith and standing as a follower of Saloon would be beyond any doubt.
Coming of age rituals. Seems like a serious undertaking. Dangerous even.
This incense is worth 30 gold apiece.
Damn, that's some good incense.
This glass chalice also worth about 10 gold. Like, there's very valuable stuff here. As a thief, I know these things. Alright, is that it for this whole map? That is.
Who'd you sell it to? Because there's only 2 merchants.
There are 3 merchants, but it would have been the guy
How'd
at
you sell it
front.
to? He didn't seem to have it.
There's a bag with like 50 things in it, which worth like 300 gold.
Oh, it's in the bag.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
The weapon worth 300 gold.
Oh.
It's probably a lot more than 300 gold now. Oh, it's deleted because it was in the bag, I think.
That's even worse. Let me look here. Nope, I have Shaft of a Broken Spear here.
Oh, you have it.
I have it.
How do you shield your weapon?
How do I combine these? Oh, there's a button for combine.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
Yeah, only with certain items.
Vision of the Absolute. 0 to 7 damage. Absolute Night. Blind targets that fail a dexterity saving throw deals an additional 2 to 12 piercing damage to certain creatures that sport multiple sets of eyes.
Yes.
Huh. So, Spiderbane.
Yes.
That's neat.
Hey Josh, you know how I put away my sword?
There you go. Enjoy way better spears than your quarterstaff.
Just in case I was muted, does anyone know how to put away my sword?
There isn't a way that I can think of off
I
the
wonder
top
if
of
I'm
my
just
head.
glitched. So I'm just walking
Toggle
around with my
light
sword
source.
out all the time.
Let me see.
Nothing
Where,
else.
where are you?
I'm standing next to Josh on a bridge.
Alright.
But
You're waving your sword
Josh
around,
has
yeah.
stopped.
If nothing else, it's a better looking spear. Look at it.
I started running. It is a really cool looking spear. The Vision of the Absolute. That's like a Diablo
But it appears
style.
I'm still in combat.
Huh?
Like I've still got opportunity attack and shield, and my
I mean, I have
sword's out.
all of my abilities also still.
It has a little purple mark over the.
What on earth? Non-lethal, produce flames, speak with animals.
Maybe I'm still being affected by Bound Blade or something.
I don't know. What's in here? What's in these wallets? Some plates, some forks, some knives,
If not over,
broken loot,
then through.
dead adventurers.
Something good here, I hope.
Oh, my paw is on fire.
Did you dip your paw in fire?
No, that's because I produce flame active still.
Oh. Exsanguinated boar. Do you want to go beat up some paladins?
I love beating up paladins. Do you want a dog?
Boar,
Sure.
but it doesn't look like it's been touched by scavengers. The carcass seems to be fresh.
Alright, we get a dog
Looking
that the Dark Urge is
closer, you can
definitely
see
not going to
skin
kill.
around-
Dog.
Dark Urge got to come back if they want to kill.
I'm surprised that the dog is not afraid of the bear.
Huh?
Huh.
I heard kill.
I guess I've genuinely bugged Baldur's Gate somehow. I can't listen to the conversation.
This is
Oh, no.
so good.
What did you
What?
say as a dog?
Wait, why did the conversation end?
Oh, because I started one.
Huh.
Oh, it was funny. I was a bear.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and you can't talk to the dog.
I can't. That's true.
Oh no, all these are bad too.
Yes, seriously, they're all bad. I guess I'll get bit.
Oh, read the caller. Because you can find out his name and that'll make him not hostile.
I left.
Oh, that works.
Let's see if I can listen in now.
Oh no. Oh no. You're gonna eat the dog?
Keep moving.
No!
Wait, how do you have animal?
I told you to go.
You can kick Josh out of it like I just did. Wait, no I didn't.
No, only you can.
If you try and loot Gomwick, see if you'll interrupt. Because that's how I was doing it.
Okay. You can do what you want.
What's going on?
You
I
was trying to talk to the dog.
Trying to just do it.
I'm gonna sit
But
back.
I'm not talking to it, Josh is.
I'm gonna sit back and roll a joint.
You see a name etched into
Is
the
it more
leather.
stressful that I can't see this conversation?
You can
I'm still
watch my
streaming it.
stream.
Yeah, that's true.
You can watch Josh's stream or my stream.
You know my name. Interesting. A predator wouldn't care to learn it.
Wait, how can you talk to
You
animals?
should go. My friend is injured. He needs rest.
I mean, the Dark Urge does seem to be a bit of an animal.
Of course he will. And then we'll return home.
I think they drank a potion.
We were attacked. Cackling, furry things on two legs. And their smell, it was strange, rotten, evil.
You know the creatures he describes. Gnolls.
No, I won't leave him. If it comes to that,
Shouted the corpse.
thank you.
Here we go.
Dog acquired.
We have a
Multi-dog
dog.
party. We have a dog and a dog and a dog and a dog.
And a bear.
And
That could also be a dog.
This is the campaign in which Yuki ends up puppy coated.
Mm, not sure about puppy.
Definitely coded.
Coated. Coated in what?
Code me how you want. Not sure about
Rocky
puppy.
Crevice. Rocky Crevice. Do you have a character that has small?
Chance I'll fit in there.
Yeah, I keep finding these lately. Is there a... Does anybody
Stealth bear.
have shrink?
Yuki, are we in combat?
I
I'm
do.
not. I'm just a stealth
Okay.
bear.
I'm stealthing with you.
Dun, 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 dun.
Can we get back into the game real fast? Where?
Okay. Rocky Crevice
There's a
is over
sleeping
here.
bugbear over there.
Yeah, we could just kill that. I think it should. I was gonna wait for them because we
Yeah,
might end up in combat with these friends, and
Oh, we
you
sneak
know, that could be a time.
What?
Whoa.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Oh, it just takes you to the owlbear area.
Oh.
Oh, neat.
So now that... So it just takes a halfling to be able to do that? And the Mask of Shapeshifting will let you do that?
Yep.
Okay.
Because it's not. It's literally shapeshifting.
Alright. I
It's
will
not
have to
disguised
snag
stealth.
one.
I am a stealth bear.
You're a stealth bear?
Yes, I'm a stealth bear.
I mean, we're not attacking the goblins.
No, the gnoll.
Oh, the knoll? So they're up here on this roof next to the goblins.
I appear to not be in the same place as everyone else. I found berry bushes.
Dun, 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 dun.
How did y'all get up on the roof?
I have a strength of 21.
Oh, fair. Yeah, you can just jump. I also just jumped, but yeah.
I also
I
jumped.
can jump.
Shouldn't we just talk to them?
Yeah.
Or send the highest
But we
Christmas
should,
person talk to
we
them?
should also go collect Sandy.
Who's currently foraging in the forest?
I didn't know you were a druid.
I'm not, I'm just hungry. I found honey. When you folks are all waiting.
I can't loot anything! Is there a way to leave and rejoin the game for me?
Yes.
Yeah, you can just leave and rejoin the game.
No, you're locked in. You are not allowed to leave this game ever again.
No, this is one of the games I feel like being on an island alone would be pretty good for a while. You know?
Okay, so just go to main menu, come back, let's see.
Sure, it's no roguelike, but it has tons of content, so I mean, you'd be pretty good.
Oh, you don't need to jump. You just click those vines there.
No, it just can't get there because you're in the way.
Oh.
Oh no, Ryan Gosling's in the way.
Yeah, and I'm in the middle of leaving the game, so maybe you'll be able to plow through.
Do you like the stealth bear?
It says you're in private
I can make you
dialogue.
higher stealth bear, but I don't want to waste a spell slot.
Yeah,
don't waste
your,
a spell slot.
your character is stuck in a dialogue. Dialogue history.
Okay. Looks
Okay,
like you'll
you
have to-
had your share. Leave some for the rest.
Wonder what that was a reaction to. You might have to re-invite me to the game.
Yep.
You ate soup. You ate temporal soup that locked you up. That's what happened. We had your character's stuck. It's not you, it's the character. You're still in a dialogue with the soup.
With the soup lady!
Yeah. It says dialogue history. Click on this. Dialogue history. Octa, you've had your share. Leave some for the rest. I don't have a
I don't
better
see that.
solution. No. Here, take control of the character. Character select. Let me choose myself. Take control of Luthica.
You have to go to session, and then you have to give it to me.
Yep. 1 second.
Okay. Continue. Grr. Continue. Grr. Grr. Grr.
Skipping dialogue
Hopefully
does
this doesn't
nothing.
start anything, because I want to see one of the best things in this game.
We're gonna have to say we'll make a save, we'll shut down the game, and bring it back up to
Bear
fix
climb
that.
ladder. Bear descend ladder.
So since we're saving, before we save, one, I'm locked into the fucking conversation, and I can't.
Character
I can
select.
do it this way. I can just
Bear descend vine.
Bear descend vine. Okay, so before we save, this is a
Already.
possibility. I must test the thing. You already saved?
I've already saved.
Can we save again?
Yeah. Tell me when to save, I suppose.
Oh, I guess since you already saved, it doesn't matter. Never mind.
Okay. Okay.
Invisible.
Invisibear. No one knows that I'm a bear.
Alright, shut down. Actually.
Oh no.
From the creators of Sharknado.
Oh no.
Invisibear.
Oh no.
Hold.
Are you
no.
killing me? Dude,
Oh
helps.
no. Oh no.
What are you saying I know about?
Invite friends. There's a problem with the session.
Giant bear.
Enlarged bear.
No, Sandy. Like, shut down the game.
Save again. Just in case.
No.
I mean, that was a good save. Why? What?
I used my 2-level spell slots because I thought we were just saved beforehand.
Cool. We'll load again. I'm doing new saves every time. Closing game. We will reinitiate this session. It is currently saving. Steam Cloud error. Oh.
You got local saves, huh?
Down by
By the river.
By the river.
Okay. Video. In the game. AutoZone. Just seen the you had your fill. Get out of here. Broke me.
Look in your DM, Sandy.
Okay.
Have your fill.
That was the only thing it was doing for me.
That's getting saved in gaming. That's a good one. Okay. This has been a delay. Load game. The one before. My lungs hurt from laughing. It's been good. Yeah. How's everybody doing as far as like schedule and stuff at this point? For 4 hours in, it's about 1:30 in the morning here.
I'm okay.
Okay. Checking Luthika, who
I'm
is
considering.
no longer locked in martial combat or conversation. Roof bears on the roof. You're considering, you said?
I could play for like 20 more minutes.
Okay. I see. For the fun, silly number.
The Dark Favor. The Dark something.
The Dark Urge.
The
Dark
Dark.
Urge.
The Dark Brotherhood.
The Dark Fever.
May I have my character? I for some reason have
Yeah, what
the wrong
happened here?
character. You are me, and I am Nyan, and Nyan is Nyan, and the bear is a
Believe it or
rat.
not, I'm me.
Heavy key. Starts power lead. So what are we up to here with the goblins and all that?
Whoever has the highest charisma should talk to the goblins. To the
That is
goblins.
not me.
Who have high charisma? Anybody? Anyone?
I have an 8.
I mean, the Dark Urge could, take a crack at it if you want. Never mind. If you don't go to the front door, they get pissy. Just run away.
Yeah, they're listed as temporarily hostile, and
Yeah,
apparently I was detected somehow.
You can just run away.
I'm
The
right
bear,
here is
the
why.
invisible bear, was detected.
I'm right. No, it's me. What if I just push him off the ledge here?
Well, then they become not temporarily hostile. They just
Yeah.
become hostile.
What's the actual reason that we're here?
Join Goblin side, raid Druid camp.
Oh, I think we can kill these ones and still join goblins.
Then why did I get off the ladder? Flee combat. Enemy too close. Great.
Yeah, you have to be 27 meters away.
Sick companion.
I'm not actually engaged. I just slipped away.
Yeah, I would just run away.
This sucks. I'm not gonna be able to run away in time. Like, they're still gonna chase me down. We're...
Dash.
Just big bear smacking.
That was a very wet bear noise.
Bear of movement.
Do a barrel roll.
And the
Well.
bear wakes up.
I'm gonna load.
Okay. Maybe go in the front gate this time.
Instead of roof bear.
The roof bear is funny. Alright. Roof bear descends.
What path lies before
Going
me?
down the stairs and going up the stairs. Yep.
Nope, we're going the other way.
Hey, what happened to
Wait.
your wild shape?
Did it just force me at a wild shape?
I think it did when you interacted with
the
that boar.
Fine, I examine it.
Looks like we got
That's a
ourselves
resource
fresh
game.
sponsor. Wait, a drow in the sun. Stand down. This
This one's got a touch of the absolute about her.
Ooh, watermelon.
Watermelon.
Your lordship.
What about watermelon?
Watermelon. We're gonna eat good at camp.
Come and go as you like.
Why are we getting experience?
Move it, lads.
Because I examined the board.
Oh, I see.
Also, Sandy's talking to the goblins.
Oh, time to go talk.
Anything of use?
Goblins.
Where are these goblins at?
They're all over the place.
Oh, where's Sandy? Out there.
Let's see. Not bad. I've had better days. And worse ones.
What's the roundup?
Probably not.
Trash. Then keep looking.
Down, down, down. There's a couple things in this Blighted Village that I know of that are interesting. Now that I think about it.
Spiders.
Well, the spiders, we are not ready for them spiders.
We're not ready for the spiders?
Do you remember the spiders?
Yeah.
Do you remember how hard those spiders were?
We got this. We have a bear.
Fuck. Siding with these guys means I don't get my 17 ints.
Correct.
Fuck. I just want the ogres to die. At least I want the one. Sandy? Are you muted?
Oh, yeah, I am. That explains a lot. Alright, cool.
If I cast invisibility on you, could you do a favor for me?
Are
you talking to the ogres?
God.
I didn't know they were here.
Alright. Join your dialogue. What were you gonna say, Josh?
I was asking if you could pickpocket a circlet off a lump the enlightened.
Ah, that's the 17 int thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, the
Why can't you just walk right up to them?
funny thing about the circlet being pickpocketed.
What about?
Lacey, it's not on Lump's head.
Where is it?
Inside Lump's stomach.
Are you sure?
If it lets you pickpocket it, you are the best pickpocket that has ever lived. Yoink, let me just take this from your stomach.
Any bonuses? Anyone want to get any bonuses?
None that I see available here.
Alright.
Lucky dog.
Guide you.
Tune in to find out.
Surely we could kill them and get away with it, right? No one else would know?
You able to cast guidance from afar, Yuki, or you gotta be right up?
It's not letting me.
Alright, time to roll.
Pity.
Failed.
Oh, failed. That's not
Where are
good.
you, Yuki?
Wait, I can roll again with inspiration.
Do it.
Alright, it's a risk.
18.
Yeah.
You now have guide.
How regrettable that your meat must
Well,
go
I mean...
unsavored. Food?
Also, if you want to cast invisibility on me, I'll go try it.
Where are you? You're over here?
Not food. Friend. Not enchantment.
I've no use for the
Enchantment?
or any god.
Enchantment.
If you want invisibility, get your butt out of that building and come over here.
I'm still in the middle of this cutscene.
Oh.
Invisibility is AoE.
They sate my hunger for gold, and the rest sate my hunger for meat.
We'll also we'll also probably put it in turn-based mode for this.
Actually, yeah, I'll walk over there while this conversation's going on, and maybe it'll let me do this while they're distracted. I don't know.
Well, I have low orbit
It is
ion
a cool
cannon.
looking spear.
So
Yeah,
should I
it's
be
alright.
telling these ogre? Should I be leaving?
I'm next to you, folks.
Turn-based mode? How do we turn that on?
There you go.
Okay.
You're good.
How should I be handling the ogre conversation? What are we planning here?
Couldn't tell you. I've never done this before. I'm probably going to get crushed by ogres.
So you need it from Lump the Enlightened.
Well, do we want to? Because I could just walk away. We're friends. Alright, I'm just gonna leave.
Then pick rocket up.
Lumps Warhorn, dried rope sausage, diary of Lump the Enlightened, scroll of
No
Blair.
tiara?
Nope.
We must kill him.
Mm-hmm. Well.
In tab mode. And then.
Oh, y'all are much closer than I am, even though.
When I walked over here.
With me, Yuki?
We are choosing violence.
I want that tiara.
Violence choice prepared.
Oh, this is the intellect tiara, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Yuki, would you like to be a giant polar bear?
I can't be polar bear right now because I'm out of wild shape charges because it forced me out of my wild shape.
Well,
those do regen on short rest though.
We got 2 of those.
Can I get on the roof of this place?
Okay.
You could probably jump. If
You probably want to
strength.
redo that. So yeah, I'll be a giant polar bear. Yeah, giant.
And then...
What the? Is he scared of bears?
Yeah, they reacted to you.
Alright, go in.
Big bear.
Go in on
They're
them.
like
It's
incredibly
always 20
wary
times.
of you. Wait, where's Lump going?
Okay.
I'm back at him.
Oh.
Still no.
Alright, we'll save that
One
to
damage.
make them not hit instead of making it hit. Oh.
Well, I missed both of my sneak attacks.
No.
Where's... Dang.
Oh, not that bad.
I made him miss, so.
Oh, you did, damn. So it was that bad.
Because of smash hurt.
Oh, God.
Do you want me to parry fire them?
Yep, please.
Alright, we'll do.
Too heavy. Well. I can do nothing.
Why can I... Oh, it requires long rest before use. Damn it.
And we busted him up.
That's good.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Jumps over. Let me check this desk real fast.
Oh, I just unhid. Great.
Yeah, you
Well.
took something, I think.
Melf's acid arrow. Dang.
I would probably shield that.
Shield him.
Knowing Mel's acid arrow, that would have hurt.
I don't know, Mel's that's
No, I'm small.
It's an armor piercing spell.
I am small, weak bear.
It was good for the beginning of it. I really need to, I need you to fuck off.
Nice.
I love Thunderwave.
Lump has 1 HP.
Lump has 1 health.
Yes.
He's dead.
And beating on him.
He's knocked out.
Oh
yeah, we have non-lethal on. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut him open.
I mean, oh yeah, we will have to cut him open.
We can't do it ethically and sustainably.
The Dark Urge doesn't care.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
No.
Bonk.
Ow. I need to stop trying to use melee against this guy.
Everyone else minds their business.
He's looking at you. You can't hide.
I'm behind a desk. I don't exist.
Well, I wish those rules worked like that, but sadly they don't.
Crunch.
How he missed, I'll never know.
Try. Just too easy.
Seeing a bear punch somebody is something else. Why did that not affect either of them?
It affected one of them, but the other, no. Unfortunate, though.
I can't wait for Goat.
Goat?
You'll see Goat.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Goat is very good. Some might say it's goated.
Goat is extremely good.
Boo!
Oh, fuck, I stepped in the acid.
Yeah, where are you gonna step? You got some acid next to some fire next to an ogre? Like, I don't know where you could step, honestly. 10? That's a max roll, I think.
That
Yeah,
was.
That's some good damage.
Oh, Lord. Ooh, let's
Get
get
squished.
squished.
That reminds me, I need to drink a potion too.
Yeah, we saved on it.
My second wind first.
Cutting to the chase.
Nice.
Oh, +8, nice.
You can't deal with the guy in front of you, yeah. 4 health.
Chalk is gonna die. And it's gonna be right now, in fact.
Miss.
Nice!
Wonder what you can do with ash.
It has to be an alchemy ingredient.
Oh, yeah.
Max roll.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Bonk, bonk.
Bonk. Oh.
Well, max roll on bow.
Nice.
Lump. You must die.
Left out alone on a bench in the park.
Why doesn't Lump have the tiara on him? Where is
What's
my
headband of
tiara?
intellect? I just found it.
Oh. Interesting.
There you go.
Thank you.
Lump,
I think it-
Lump the Unenlightened.
I think it defaults to party leader. Also, there you go, Nine Gosling. I have a shape-shifting helmet.
Hmm.
Someone's diary.
I mean, everyone should have one of those helmets. Should have been on your chest.
What happened here?
Unless none of you own Divinity Original Sin 2.
I did not.
I think I do. That's
So-
in the original.
I was down the road before all this, trying to do the
Names and heights names have been carved into the wood.
Oh,
over
that's
the
weird.
years. The last two read Maggie Terrans and Marcus Terrans. Twins, perhaps.
Perception, huh? There's a little dungeon inside the alchemy shop.
Yep. Let me go there with you. Where is that at?
No traps, please.
A bear. Can't have it here.
So I did pick up Lump's war horn. Sound this horn to call Lump's
Why are they
flimsy
yelling?
band
Why are
of
they running?
ogres.
Why are they running?
Ignore the bear. Nobody noticed the bear.
Yes, down here in the cellar. There's a couple interesting things down here, actually.
Down, 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 down the cellar.
Why am I no longer running? Oh, I'm overburdened.
I need someone to come over here.
Why are you running?
Someone with good perception, perhaps.
Oh, I'm still doing the thing like I'm in combat.
Oh no.
Well, let's see. We'll see if I can. Well, if I can loot stuff, I guess it's fine still.
Yeah, you weren't planning on doing much longer anyways.
Well, I think it's working, whatever the other issue was.
What just happened?
It
Autosave.
auto-saved.
We are in the cellar, by the way.
Yeah, I'm in the cellar too. You both took off and I'm still having to clean up all this. Scoop. Potion of healing.
We want to take a short rest.
I am watered.
Stealth bear. There's a bear. Well, we can't just leave it here. Do not notice the bear. Do not perceive
The
it.
glowing bear is lighting the room for me. Did I just steal a jar?
Grr, roar.
Elixir of bark skin. Nice. Don't see that very often. Healer's log. Suspicious poison.
Can you? I don't even know why I'm asking. Of course, you can throw water onto fire to put it out.
Yep.
Yes. You can also throw water on acid to wash it away, whatever, like that, stuff like that.
Well, that's fun.
If I took create water, I could also make it rain and get rid of acid that way. Fire too.
Are we needed through this secret passage?
But it had to not be a bear. And that sounds very inferior.
I'm stuck in a bear. I am stuck in a bear. There we go.
I'm carrying very many things.
Why are you stealth bear?
Why am I not stealth bear?
Because your hand gives you away because it's a light source.
I don't care. Stealth.
Or they might fail.
I assume that's the same with my sword.
Yes, actually.
Did anyone hear that carefully now?
Might be worth it.
Ooh. We got a shovel? Never mind,
Yeah.
I got a shovel apparently.
There's a shovel in the room.
I didn't bury I didn't. I did one dig.
Hello.
Hi, friends.
Speak with undead. Oh, damn it.
I don't think you're getting to speak with this one.
What the fuck? What's happening to me?
We're in the middle of a fight now.
No, never mind. That's not me.
Ow! He
Big
crit hit
hit.
me.
Damn. Agile Guardian.
Agile indeed.
I could throw them down the pit.
There's a pit? Oh, there's a pit.
Should I shield that? No. I don't think I only get a certain amount. Oh, I didn't realize there was one there.
Wait, did the no? Okay.
Very nice.
I'm not quite dead. Oh, there you go.
Everybody chill.
Yeah, they just keep doing that.
It's getting its sprint out.
We get so much experience this way if we let them like wake up each one. But
Couldn't we just go smack the other one?
yeah, team up on one, but let one of them like run around.
I mean, if you break the boxes yourself, they just come out.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, if that's the case. Not enough movement. Dash. Go over here. I want to read this. Oh god, that's way more than I expected. Okay, pick up. Hide. Enter.
Death's close at hand.
Smack. Oh.
I'll strike you down.
Never mind, I won't do
Nice.
that.
I assume these coffins around the bend will do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. But what? Oh, I see.
Low rolled.
But dang.
Rude.
What?
Did you miss?
Myth.
Was that a miss, or did I click something other than him?
You clicked the ground.
I didn't think that was a thing you could do.
Yeah, I did it. I stabbed the freaking rock next to one of the people, and it didn't qualify as an actual miss, but it was still. It used my attack.
Yep.
Ooh, well, it did a little damage to me.
These boots have seen everything.
Opens it. Are you in here?
Nobody in there. Oh wow.
Can they
Turned-
stop, please?
Turned away and attacked you.
Can they stop what?
Hurting me?
No.
That's
Nice.
my job. I hurt them. Yeah, I got those off in time.
Bitch, I'm a fucking bear.
Thank God. Hiya!
I think it'll be fine.
Everybody took a shot all at once. That was amazing. Okay, everything here in the list is empty.
Don't mind if I do.
Two buckets. They call me two buckets. Some incense. Some more incense.
What's hiding here?
Okay, I really thought if I put this pickaxe in my hand and I attacked these crystals that I would get crystals.
That would be cool. And +1 for your character roleplay of I want some crystals.
Give me the crystals.
Do you want to shapeshift as a human?
Human?
You recognize the name, of course. Anyone that knows of the Red Wizards would. Zastam is a powerful lich that rules the land of Thay.
Whoa.
He drove many Red Wizards out of their ancestral home.
He rules the Thai region now. Actually.
You are no Zolkir, but are you wise? Tell me, why might one use balsam ointment? Acceptable, finally. If you could see anything in me, what would it be?
Reflection.
I am.
Power.
You seek to survive. You seek power.
I was really expecting it to have something gruesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
Yeah, just showing the random people you've been murdering. Scroll of Featherfall.
Would you like somebody with better perception to come over there?
Yes, please.
Oh, look at. Wow.
I would like that book.
I didn't notice anything. There's nothing there.
Hey, what's up with that book? How do you open it?
Oh, that book? Easy.
Mm-hmm.
There's an item.
We have to kill a giant spider for it.
I have somehow failed a perception check.
Oh, anyone that knows how to use disarming tools?
Mm-hmm. I'm busy.
Oh, okay.
If you want to help, you can speed up the process, but until then...
I'm sadly working on something on the side. Otherwise, I would.
What are you? Wait, what?
What?
You making stuff?
No.
Are you being an artist?
No.
With corpses?
No.
A young cave bear.
I would never.
Stuffed before its teeth were fully grown.
One of my people. Who dares?
What is that noise? Oh, it's you.
Blood, 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 blood.
Okay. Looks like I need to do another container of trash. So, wait.
Blood, 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 blood.
Anybody want a longbow?
Hey, I opened a door.
Oh,
It's a passageway
sand.
of some kind.
Sand.
What's up?
Check your DMs.
Cute. Right now it's singular image.
Oh, it
No,
should be.
now move. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So what's being worked on?
Just that. That's all.
But I thought it already worked.
No, no. Should be different.
Let me go look at that again. I click on thing.
Oh, hold.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not doing anything different right now.
Maybe this is different now.
There you go. Now it has teeth.
Oh, no, okay, there we go. That I relax on the fly. Okay. That's good.
Okay, backpack, bags, boxes.
I was tired of not having one that changed when I talked, so
Yeah,
I
that
did it
makes
on the
sense.
fly.
So the answer was yes, you were doing art.
Yeah. I tried a bunch of different mouth options and none of them looked right, so I just
That makes sense.
edited it with the current mouth option. I did learn I can make very angry versions of myself, though.
A very angry variant.
That's patented.
Well, the face works with very many facial expressions. It's
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Wait, I need to. Damn it. Give me that. Some of these I actually need to hold on to. I need a book bag. Damn it. I hate doing this. Did you know you can stuff bags into bags?
Not
Because
really messed
Minecraft.
with them too much.
Okay. That takes care of that.
hey, you.
Hmm.
But why can I not hold it? Huh?
Every time items are moved in an inventory somewhere, actions
Are
like
you
that get
moving stuff
reset.
into my inventory?
No, I move all my stuff into your inventory at once. I wouldn't do it like one at a time.
Interesting. I didn't know that's how that worked.
Hmm.
The parasite is stubborn. It refuses both to leave or to allow itself to be used as you desire.
Interesting.
God damn.
Oh, there's bracers of defense.
Yes, I was going to equip them. Oh wait, as long as you're not wearing armor or holding a shield. I am wearing armor.
Good for
Who?
monks and good for barbarians.
I think it's also good for druid. Well, shapeshift druid.
Yeah,
You okay with me saying if they work?
go for it.
I don't think it really applies to anyone else, so unless someone else wants to
Oh,
suddenly lose armor.
I can't change equip bull and bear.
Yeah, you have to be out of there.
I mean,
Oh,
fine.
I guess I already have gloves of power, so actually that's pretty fine.
Okay.
Hey, Yuki.
Lucica, here's an
I'm
amulet.
gonna delete that
You're
form
gonna
as
use that
unbearable.
you're gonna use that green chest plate, Josh?
Okay, so my AC is 14. If I change back to bear, does it leave my AC at 12? Okay, so they don't count. So yeah, they don't work for me either.
Okay.
Oh wait, I don't know if that makes sense for me to wear this.
So
Gale
I can't
mail
use
is medium armor.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
Yeah, the Oakfather's Embrace will make you take additional damage from Beast.
Mhm.
I steal your cape. It's mine now. But you should equip that amulet. The
I did.
Chimera's locket.
Anyone want Chimera's locket?
Oh. You're
It's the
dancing.
dancing
Yeah.
lights one.
Oh, sorry. Well, I don't have the mask to do that anymore. So otherwise, I'd join you.
Wait a second, I'm still wielding the pickaxe. That was close.
There's like a whole dragon skeleton in here.
Josh, you want all the scrolls so you can learn the magic from them, right?
Yeah. Why is
Well,
Dan
need
adding
one
me
of
and
each.
doing the you actual dumb piece of shit? Fuck you.
Scroll of
What'd I do?
Blur. Could have been any number of things.
True.
Wait, I don't see Dan doing that.
I don't either.
Different chat. Different chat. I was checking on something. No, careful. Never
Perception
mind. We'll
failed.
never know about it. We'll never know about it.
No, there's one more person.
All right.
There's me.
Well, we got one. The other one failed.
You want to give me a boost?
There's a disarm.
I'm doing the disarm. Never mind, I got it. I rolled a 3. I got +7 to it.
Disarmed.
Already in use. Already pick up.
Perception failed.
The book is locked tight with no visible keyhole, only an oval recess in the cover's mouth.
I intend to at level 6 respec into Necromancer. It's just this one's better for right now.
You try to examine the book, but the longer you stare, the
Hey,
more you see
I assume that gargoyle is a
Silver's
trap, right?
libraries.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tome on Thayan magic, a rare and expensive find. But people have gone mad reading less dangerous texts.
Oi!
Hmm?
Get me out of this cage.
Can't wait to have a camp full of bottles.
I've just been packaging to sell them. Ah, yes, a hammer. Exactly what you need for working on skeletons.
Some instances.
Okay. I think that's it for this little dungeon. I think.
Pretty sure we stripped it bare.
I think so. Alright.
Hector.
Why am I walking so weird?
Why did
Are
I hear
you-
noises when I went up the ladder? Oh, okay.
Are you encumbered?
Here we go.
Certainly could be.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Let's see. How much am I carrying?
Bet that will fit in my pack.
No, I'm still in the gray.
No, yeah, you're fine for that. I don't know why you're walking weird.
I don't see you walking weird.
Well, I'll just stand.
Look fine to me.
I think it's just because I'm wielding a big sword.
Yeah. I picked up a wicker basket on accident.
Well, you can furnish your lovely campsite with it.
Are we dropping into the well?
If you like pain and suffering, then sure.
Well, Nyan, did you need to go?
Missing children.
True.
Oh, you know what? I probably should.
Okay. Alright, we'll save this game and continue this strange little campaign again someday soon.
Mm-hmm.
Save successful.
Beep 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 beep.
Save successful? I can finally. One second, I want to go cast the thing that I wanted to cast.
Uh-oh,
Because I think it could
uh-oh.
be really fun.
Is it time for murder hobos?
Well, if you come look inside the alchemist shop,
Sure. Let me head over.
it was making some promises with some lines that I really wanted to keep. Oh, step a little. Well, you know what? Stay right there.
Huh?
Oh, it was less exciting than I thought it would be. It was showing like 20 green arrows, so I thought I was gonna like see a bunch of stuff get thrown over.
Oh.
Ah! Why is the moon so hot?
My frog's here.
Good frog. Will I succeed before I die? Oh, it's looking good. It's looking good.
No.
Oh, it's looking bad. It's a coin flip.
Not even close for me. Three passes.
Oh, I'm fine.
It's all non-lethal.
Can you get yourself up when you're downed?
No. Oh,
So you're going to hell this time.
Yep, yes, I am.
I still think you were.
All right.
Who's the insane one this time?
Blood.
You did all just throw me across the alchemist shop and then start blasting fire everywhere. I think it was in character for me to start retaliating.
Oh, I didn't throw you.
And then I just summoned the power of the moon.
It's the middle of the day.
Wait, why is this showing my props menu? Go away. That's not okay. Oh, what an adventure. Okay.
What an adventure. I'm gonna dash off real quick.
Have a good one. Let's see who we want to raid over to. Ooh. Oh.
Bye bye.
Bye.
That many people on for me.
Thank you for joining. What's up?
There's really not that many people on for me.
Yeah, I see Emily, Valdudes, and Aki, and that's about it. Let's send folks over to say hi to Hi Emily because she could use the support. Emily,
I will see you guys in the
she
usual.
could use the support.
There's lots
I hate
of
that.
fun playing with y'all, and I will see y'all later.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for dropping in. Thank you so much for playing along. This was an absolute blast. We gotta do this again soon.
Thanks for the invitation.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Alright, and for everybody else, thank you so much for all those that hung out in the chat, and for those that were able to hang out in the background, and for those that end up watching this in the VOD. I appreciate all of you and all of your support. This has been an absolute blast. We're gonna get everybody sent over to say hi to Hi Emily, who's currently playing Rust. Thank you, Dan, for hitting that Discord, and let's do a green glow dog raid. And click.